Welcome back. We're very nearly ready to go. This is the story down at Taunton, where everybody's getting themselves set down there, and Notts are in the field, and Somerset are going to be batting first. But here at Lords, where our concentration is for the moment, it's all about Middlesex batting. No toss. Yorkshire took a look at the pitch and said, we exercise our right to insert you without the toss, the new regulation for this season. So it's going to be trial by swing and seam to start with for Gubbins and for Robson, the two prolific opening batsmen at the top of this Middlesex order. And it's going to be the old warhorse himself who they're going to crank up for one last go for the 2016 season. It's going to be Ryan Sidebottom. Hair flying, I've absolutely no doubt. Let's get over to the commentary position and join Dominic and Paul Allett.
Very good morning to you from Lords, under a blanket of grey cloud, a pitch with a green tinge, and Ryan Sidebottom with the new ball in his hand, licking his lips at the prospect of getting a little bit of swing and a bit of seam movement this morning as Middlesex and Yorkshire contest this final county championship game of the summer. Yorkshire need a win, Middlesex need a win. It's crunch time here at Lords in northwest London. Sam Robson who will take first strike. Ryan Sidebottom with the first ball, bowling to 3 slips and a gully. So expect fireworks from the Yorkshire bowlers. They picked 5 seamers, starting with Sidebottom and Brooks and Patterson and David Willey and Tim Bresnan. Liam Plunkett, the unlucky one to be left out. They couldn't play 6. Middlesex with perhaps a more settled side. Robson, Gubbins, Compton, Malan, Eskenazi, who's had such an impact this summer, Simpson, Franklin. Dominic Corks alongside me. First impressions, Dominic, after a couple of balls here?
Well, a little bit of bounce there, Paul. I think that's encouraging for all the bowlers in this game. Seam bowlers, there's pace on offer throughout with Finn and Roland Jones. Sidebottom probably not the pace he used to be, but nice action, hasn't he? You just watch this. Always had a good action, strong front arm as well. It's important for any seam bowler. Front arm, power it through.
Better length from Sidebottom, looking to bring the ball back down the slope, of course, as well as getting a little bit of swing back into the right-handers. 38 years of age now, Ryan Sidebottom, but just signed another 1-year contract to be with Yorkshire next year. Almost exactly a year ago, Ryan Sidebottom began this fixture with a scintillating over, 3 wickets in the first over of the match, which secured Yorkshire 1 bonus point. Quite a successful so far, but maybe that's a sign of things to come. A little bit of swing, beautifully positioned seam. Having seen that movement, I'm just a little bit surprised that bowler and captain haven't decided to have a short leg. There's a square leg in place at the moment. It may be worth, especially as you mentioned, Dominic, with a little bit of extra bounce, getting that square leg fielder under the helmet.
Definitely. And you know that on the positioning in the championship that Yorkshire need to make sure they bowl out at Middlesex as cheap as they can.
Playing it late, Robson. It's a maiden to start with and a good one from Sidebottom, none for none. Crucial here for Yorkshire's bowlers to make the batsman play early on. There's a sort of damp, muggy feel to the atmosphere this morning as well, which will favour the bowlers. Jack Brooks donning the headband, coming in from the nursery end. 53 wickets for Jack Brooks in Championship cricket this year. Leading wicket taker for Yorkshire.
Bound to be a few nerves in there as well, with the fact that Middlesex haven't won the championships since 1993. All those stats, you take them on board.
Nick Gubbins on strike, another young man who's had a really good season. Over 1,000 runs. .850s, 300s. He must have been knocking on the England door for the senior squads this winter. Made the Lions squad. Oh, and movement through the air, off the pitch, beating batsman, keeper, and the first runs of the morning are byes.
Yeah, I think it wrong foots Andrew Hod. I think he doesn't think it's going to come back down as much as it does. Good length. That's what you'll see from Brooks. Likes to pitch the ball up, hits the seam, comes down. Not great foot movement from Hod early on. Disappointment to let that through.
Expect to see Brooks bowl that really full length. Try and extract any movement that he can through the air and off the pitch, doing it as late as possible. Bit of bat, I think, little bit of bat, otherwise Gubbins was in trouble, and it was a strangled shout from Brooks.
Yeah, just falls over, doesn't he? Nick Gubbins just falls over with his head full length. Just gets a little bit of bat on it before it hits that foot. If it doesn't, it's all over for Gubbins.
Fullest of full balls from Brooks, followed by a real horror. Just got stuck in the hand.
Seemed to just rush his action a little bit, doesn't he? Brooks there, he's got a smile on his face, he knows. Just doesn't finish it off, does he? Just pushes it. I think he tries to maybe go up the slope here at Lord's.
That's that full length. It's been punished this time by Gubbins off for the middle of the bat, and it will go for 4. So first runs off the bat, 8 without loss. David Willey demolishing the boundary rope, clattering into the boards as well. But expect this from Brooks and expect this from the batsman. You've got to be positive on the front foot if you're going to drive. But he will give you the chance. Gives you a hint of how damp the atmosphere and the ground are. You have a look at that, more like a goalkeeper's dive, and the result, some muddied whites for David Willey.
No run.
Not much pace in the pitch, Dominic.
No, and I don't think you'd expect that time of year, the conditions. Square has been heavily used, hasn't it, throughout the season with the international cricket, domestic cricket, also other types of cricket, charity games. So a lot of use.
James Franklin speaking at the uncontested toss. They're very keen to emphasise the fact that Middlesex need to win this match. Mindful of what's happening down in the West Country. And if Somerset win, then of course Middlesex will have to win here to take the title. If Somerset don't win, then a draw would suit Middlesex. Makes for an attritional morning. Try and get to lunch with losing as few wickets as possible for Middlesex. Be watchful and wary.
Rob Bailey, one of the on-field umpires today, formerly of Northampton, Derbyshire and England, and Tim Robinson. Nottinghamshire for a long time, wasn't he? 21 years, and Neil Bainton is the third umpire today.
Well, that's a good line from side bottom. Not much swing though.
What have you made of the toss this year, this uncontested toss? In First Division this year, 20 times the away team has decided to have a bowl first. Are you a fan of it?
Well, I think it was introduced to try and basically get spinners involved in games and to prevent counties producing damp pitches, especially early on in the season. Pitches with a green tinge. I'm not sure it's worked totally. And since early July, there have only been 4 instances of, this is the 5th actually, of the away side putting the home side in to bat. So I think it was well intentioned. I'm not sure it's worked.
Ollie Rayner, one of the spinners for Middlesex, 50 wickets. I'll be looking forward to bowling on this. 2 left-handers, Yorkshire left-arm bowlers in side bottom and Willie.
No run.
There's a little bit of bounce, well played though by Robson. Faced a dozen balls, it's 8 without loss. Look at the number of wins this year. Middlesex have won 5, Yorkshire have won 5, and Somerset have won 5. Last year, Yorkshire won 11. Middlesex second, won 7. Durham won 7. Nottinghamshire won 6. So there were more positive results last year. Plenty of draws this summer. Brooks again looking to extract a little bit of life out of the pitch. Good solid punch off the back foot from Gubbins. He'll pick up 3. The batsman will change ends for the first time this morning.
Yeah, good timing. Bit short. Over before his last ball was too full. This one just a little bit too short. Gubbins, who, as you said earlier, has had an excellent season, hasn't he? Nearing 1,200 runs.
Yeah, that's it. That's centre.
Yeah, Gubbins a Radley boy, following in the footsteps of Andrew Strauss. Just 22 years of age, Gubbins. This has been a coming of age year. Oh, leading edge. Leading edge from Robson. Got to be careful here with the ball. When you're batting at the pavilion end, the ball tending to just go away from the right-hander down the slope.
No.
Like the position also on the crease that Brooks is bowling. Always difficult left-hand, right-hand combination, but to draw the right-hander in, you've got to just slightly go wider when you release the ball, just to create a little bit more of an angle. Set that scene into the batsman's mind that is going down, and actually it's straight. Make him look, he wants to work it through the leg side.
All got to go, I think. Yes, trapped in front of all 3. First wicket for Yorkshire. Brooks with that very full length gets Robson in a horrible mess, falling over, hit on the pad, and that was going nowhere other than on to hit the stumps.
Jack Brooks again, he's done it throughout this season. Full and straight, misses it. Hits him without a stride, Robson, and it's exactly what Yorkshire would have wanted. Early wickets is the end of Robson. He goes without scoring. Middlesex 11 for 1.
Nick Compton, the new batsman, coming in at number 3. Robson, plum LBW for naught. Compton's first-class average is 41. But, this season for Middlesex, averaging just 30. A bit of a traumatic early year. Left out by England and then had time away from Middlesex, but back playing for them now. And his technique will be tested early doors here by Brooks and Sidebottom. Brooks with the really full length that's caught Robson out. Well, it's missed it by a distance. A little bit half-hearted from Compton.
Well, similar to Robson, Compton likes to stay in his crease, doesn't he? Likes to stay back early on, tries to get down with that front foot. Plays, looks to play and then pulls his bat his way. Good bowling from Brooks.
Fine over from Brooks, 11 for 1 the score.
It's that full length. And in a way, does Robson, maybe with a bit of pace, he was late on it. Full, whether he lost it, he was thinking it was just going to be shorter than what it was. And although his leg goes towards the leg side after the ball has hit him in his pad, that's going on to smash into perhaps middle or middle and leg. He knew straight away.
Yeah, Robson undone by a good full ball from Brooks, but got himself in a bit of a tangle trying to deal with it. Worked away by Gubbins on the leg side, and that'll go for 4.
Well, as soon as I saw him square up to this, I thought, I know exactly where Ryan Sidebottom is looking to bowl here, to bowl straight, because he's standing in front of all his stumps there. So as a bowler, you think, I'm going to look to hit him on his pads. Don't get it right, then it's an easy clip through that leg side. Sidebottom won't mind that. With all his experience, he'll say, OK, I understand why he's doing that, to try and negate the swing, to try and make the bowler bowl wider of the stumps. But if he misses, he's in trouble.
Well, Sidebottom's got a couple of options here. The first one should be that he's got to pitch the ball up and pitch it up on off stump. If it moves a little bit, then he brings slip and keeper in into play. Moves it away, of course, and if he nips it back, there's a chance of an LBW. Gubbins confident, though, of keeping side bottom out. Looking to work everything away on the leg side. It's bowled straight at him.
Similar also the way that Brooks is bowling to right-handed batsman from the media end is, I think you'll see side bottom using the crease similar to how he is. So slightly going wider because of the slope to draw the left-hander into playing at balls that perhaps he doesn't need to. So will we see side bottom use the crease by going just slightly wider? Just an illusion.
Also a chance of bowling him round his legs. You can just about see leg stump as side bottom bowls.
See whether he just slightly goes wider. I think he does, just slightly. He gets tighter for the right-handers.
Just bowling a little too straight side bottom. I don't know whether he's being lured into trying to hit that leg stump. Gubbins gets a single. Comfortable leave by Compton. It's 16 for 1. First 20 minutes for Yorkshire, steady bowling. Middlesex 16 for 1 having been put in. Floodlights in the background. Oh! Cannot be used in Championship cricket at Lords. They've got a planning regulation that only permits them to have 24 days of use. That's for international cricket and night cricket. So they can't be used for county championship cricket because there has to be, or there is a stipulation that if you use them for one championship game, you've got to use them for all of them. So cannot be used here today. It was gloomy this morning. It's brighter from the west now. So fingers crossed that light won't be a problem throughout these next 4 days.
Good news is it's got brighter. Got here about 8:30 this morning and it was quite dark, but it's got lighter. That's good news for both sides. Both sides will look to win the game first, worry about what's going on at Taunton.
Lovely shot, beautiful balance from Gubbins, and that's rocketed away through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, just standing slightly wider now. Was batting on off stump to side bottom. You see that he's just standing now more on middle and leg, just to not fall over really to Brooks, who's got the ball to come back in. But any half volley, look, it's his foot, bent knee and timing through that offside, head in a good position. So So games within games here, with the batsman just trying to negate some of that swing and make sure that they stand tall and don't fall over.
Good bouncer that from Brooks. He's not got exceptional pace, far from it, but he relies on, as I've said, pitching the ball up, swinging it, seaming it, and if you can bowl a bouncer and make the batsman duck under, it just makes him realise that he can't be lunging forward. See that little movement from Gubbins. He wants to get forward and then thinks about playing the drive to that ball. 4 off the over, 20 for 1. Last game in charge of Yorkshire for Jason Gillespie before he goes back to Australia. Made a real success of his time in this country. 2 county championships, of course, under his belt. And feels the time is right now to go back home. Side bottom accurate, but wicketless so far. 2 maidens in his 3 overs and 1 ball. I like the way Gubbins has played. He's 16 from 18 balls, positive, hit 3 fours. Watched Middlesex up at Old Trafford last week, and if there was one criticism, I think they were just a little bit negative in their batting approach throughout the match. A little bit slow at times. That's the line. Compton away with a thick outside edge down to 3rd man. I don't think it'll run away for 4. It's going up the hill. Clawed back by Lythe, who's hurt his knee. We hope not badly. Wonder if he's caught it on a peg on the rope. Yeah, I think that's the problem. There's maybe something that's like a tent peg holding the rope down that he's caught his knee on.
There, that's exactly where he does it.
Again, that's a better line, I think, for side bottom to explore at Gubbins rather than bowl 2 straight. I hope there's no permanent damage to that right knee of Adam Lythe.
Better length. Times side bottom has just probably bowled a fraction too short. And then because of where Gubbins is standing, has gone too straight. So he's been worked through that leg side. And talk about setting up a batsman, I think he's got to use the crease. He knows he's got a lot of experience. He's got to look to just try and worry about where Gubbins is standing, or about that length, top of that off stump.
Oh, that's close to leg stump. He's only going to move a fraction down the slope to clip leg stump. He can see leg stump behind his pad there. Just kept going up the hill. But if it moves a fraction, Gubbins is in danger of getting that leg stump clipped. Seven overs gone, 23 for 1.
Not a lot of swing, is there, for side bottom? A little bit for Brooks, but I think that's helped with the slope that makes the ball just look like it's swinging away. These Duke's balls, sometimes it takes a while to get the lacquer off. And once they get the lacquer off the ball, then they get a shine on it, and then it starts to swing a little bit more.
Brooks looking the more dangerous of the two. I think primarily because he's bowling such a full length. Half volley side of a good length, but working well for him at the moment. So a bit more variation from Brooks as well. In terms of line, a little bit of swing and movement away there. Yorkshire supporter, Yorkshire tie anyway in the pavilion. A few Yorkshire ties in the pavilion. Normally the sole preserve of MCC ties. Just a little bit of movement again.
Although there's not too much in the surface, there's just enough, isn't there? Keeping the bowler interested because of that slope. Noah's a right-hand bowler, bowling from this nursery end that you've just got to try and look to hit top of middle, maybe top of middle of off. Just try and turn the batsman around. Be happy with them driving down the ground, because in some ways that will bring those three slips and gully in play.
Oh, now then, I think he caught Gubbins by surprise there, Compton, with that push and run. Not a bad move from Compton to rotate strike, but it all looked a bit hurried and slightly surprising.
Well, we were both former bowlers, and it used to frustrate me, and not that the fielder's meant to do it, but rotation of strike, left hand, right hand. So now Brooks all of a sudden has got to switch on to bowling to Gubbins. Lengths, change of field. That he's put now an extra cover in, hasn't he, because of that last ball, that 4.
Good use of the short ball again from Brooks. A little bit of anger in that.
And also interesting to see that Gubbins has slightly just changed his position as well. I think that's something you don't perhaps pick up of a batsman who just, certain bowlers perhaps bowls more position, the crease more in front of off stump. It looks like he's staying more leg side to Brooks.
Nice little clip, the deep square leg. Will have some work to do. Can't get round to stop that. 4 off the final ball of the over. It's 28 for 1. Been a hard-fought first half hour. Middlesex having been put in a 28 for 1. Rob Key and Nazar Hussain now.
Thanks, Paul. Slow pitch, a little bit of movement in the air, good cloud cover. As the two bowlers have said, Allerton Court, pitch it up, bowl a full length, get the batsman coming forward.
There's not much bounce in this surface already with the new ball. Seen the odd one hit the splice, but wicket, there's a tinge of green, as they've spoken about, but there's not a lot of bounce. And as much as you want the ball as a bowler to seam out of the surface or get some lateral movement, you also want a bit of bounce so the nicks carry.
Sometimes here the pitches, if you look at the test matches, they get quicker, day 2, day 3. What you need is the sun to bake it, though. Forecast better for tomorrow, actually the next couple of days, a bit of sunshine that might make the pitch harder. Historically here, though, the championship pitches have just got better and better. That's why Middlesex have struggled to get results, but this season they found a way of getting results. The pitches have spun. Ollie Rayner's come into the equation more and more. You think this one will spin, Rob?
It might offer, but I don't think, again, you're not going to have the bounce out of it. If you bowl an off spinner, say someone like Rafiq, you probably bowl him trying to get the ball to spin up the slope to the right hander, just so he can threaten both edges. So you want to bowl him from this end, not the pavilion end, so he can just try and get the ball to hold and go down the slope and also spin up the slope. But again, he's not going to get a lot of bounce out of it, especially as this ball gets a bit older. Generally, I think Corky was saying, you get a bit of swing when the lacquer goes off, so you get another period as a batsman where you might have a bit of lateral movement early, then you have to deal with a bit more swing a bit later on.
Yeah, 6 games here this season in the championship, 5 draws for Middlesex. So if you come here and you need to win, which they may well need to if Somerset go well, it's a hard place to force a result. They'll know that. They won in August against Durham, and who bowled them out? It was Rayner and Malan, so that pitch did spin. Solid block from Compton, 28 for 1. Talking about Taunton and Somerset, won the toss, had a bat, and he's still there, the veteran. He was here with us at the final on Saturday. He was looking forward to this last week of the championship, and it's the Trescothick show, that famous dab down to third man. They're going okay. They were 27 for none. Tres had 20 odd of them. Senior player. It'd be great for Somerset if Trescothick could win a championship.
Any chance of a third man down there to Tres? So the famous Trescothick dab, surely you know about it. It'd be so annoying, bowlers bowl their best ball, he just runs you down.
Yeah, Richard tells us it's been a decade since Trescothick has played for England, and in that decade he's averaged over 50. Bad spot to bat, mind, Taunton, but I'm guessing he has to play away from home as well. He told us at the final when I was winding him up the other day. He said his stats this year are better away from home.
You're winding him up, you're having a real go at him. And he made Richard say, right, get my stats up away from home. Sometimes the problem, that ball that Brooks bowled there, just down the leg side, because he's always searching for wickets. You get some bowlers that run up and they bowl a spell where they're looking to just maybe outside the off stump, push you back a little bit and bowl 4 or 5 balls trying to set you up for something. Brooks is just going to come for you every single ball. That's why he's an out-and-out wicket taker. He's been a brilliant signing since he left Northampton. Always prepared to get it right up there, try and get a little bit of swing, a little bit of movement. He's not afraid to get hit through the covers. Just out of nowhere, he can bowl a magic delivery.
Oh, that's a good ball. That's a good nut. Now, I'm wondering if that just hit a thigh pad on the way through. That's why it didn't get anywhere near the slip cord as far as carrying is. Oh, he edged it, just no pace to get it to slip.
That's the problem, you just want that bounce. That was a serious delivery, the angle in and then just decks out of the surface. Not so much swing, but just a bit of movement out of the surface. Same again, he's just looking to hit the pitch. Sometimes he gets it right up there looking to swing the ball, but he's worked out that he's got to hit this pitch hard on a good length, and that's where he's getting his movement from. Float it up there, you'll be driven.
A good strong action, isn't he? Repeating action time after time. Whoa. He's knocked Compton's bat out of his hand, 29 for 1. He said hit the bat hard, that's what he did.
Very elegant. A couple there just came on and up the slope. As he hits the pitch hard again, you can see sometimes he just decides to get it up there. This time he's hitting the pitch hard.
Nine for 1. News coming through from Taunton is that Marcus Truscothick is out. 25 he made. He nicked off against Jake Ball. 32 for 1 Somerset. 29 for 1 here. Another thing, having Marcus here on Saturday, asked him about which of the younger players really impressed him. He pointed to Nick Gubbins. Maybe a bit of the old left-hander school, but he said Gubbins has been very impressive this season.
Yeah, and today, you look up, he looks very organised, very compact, but 21 off 26. He's going along very nicely. Still being very watchful, but able to score as well. Sometimes the difference with Nick Compton, when he can sometimes get into a bit of a bunker and he's just going to survive, whereas Gubbins at the minute looks like he's able to play very tight and be very watchful outside that off stump, but he's still scoring.
Only Keaton Jennings at Durham has got more first-class runs in Division 1 this season than Nick Gubbins, another nice, tall, elegant left-handed batsman. Misses out there, short and wide. Let's have a look at that wicket from Taunton. Trescothick, Jake Ball round the wicket. Going for the drive. Trescothick doesn't even look back. Chris Reed is not dropping that.
Somerset win the toss and choose to bat. There's been some turning pitches there. Looks like we're going to have another one. Quickest pitch, but looks like he's got a bit of time. Nick Gubbins at the moment. I mean, he's just watch. He also looks like someone who talks to himself. You can see his lips moving where he's trying to tell himself to watch the ball or something.
That's a good ball. Very good ball. Just went down the slope. 29 for 1. Plenty of batting to come. Very good seam attack, isn't it? Murtagh, Finn, Roland Jones. Franklin bowls a few dobbers as well. Ollie Rayner, the spinner. When do you think it changed, Rob, with backlifts? Because a long time ago, when I first started, it was bat down, the sort of Viv Richards tap, 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 Mark Waugh, and you'd have the odd exception, Graham Gooch, was bat up. Nowadays, it's almost the other way round. Batsmen are standing with their bat up, and the odd one still has their bat down. Producing shots like that.
Well, and for his balance was spot on there. He gets right. He starts across his stumps, Compton, but because he stands tall and his head is level, his eyes are level, or looking slightly strangely at times, Nick Compton. But there you go. It's very hard to keep in that position with your bat on the ground. So I think the taller batsmen in particular, the two you mentioned, Gooch and Hick, it just becomes easier to keep your eyes level and to keep your height with your bat up in the air. Also, batsmen now tend to pick their hands up a bit higher. Someone like Viv Richards, both, and people like that did anyway. But there is a thing now where players look to pick their hands up higher in their bat lift. So not just when they're standing there. So I think it's just a balance thing, really. It just becomes easier to balance yourself and keep your eyes level. Or if you're Nick Compton, looking at mid-on with your bat up.
Yeah, I think the modern coach likes high hands as well. Very good position. That's good balance, good follow through, holds the pose. You know you're playing well if you can hit straight mid-on.
It's often the tell. When you're not playing well, that's LBW. When you're playing well, that's often what you need just to make you feel right. Now's my day.
Oh, now, is that going over? No! Not according to Tim Robinson. It was close to leave. It came up the slope. There was a question mark of height, but all it had to do was hit the stumps because no shot was offered.
Brilliant, brilliant bowling. You feel that you get an on-drive away, it's your day. Well, not for Nick Compton. That's come up the slope. That's where he's been good, because instead of trying to swing the ball away time and time again, he's hit the surface and hoped for a little bit of movement. This time it comes back in. It's too tight to leave. If it was going the other way down the slope, then it would have been fine. But unfortunately, the skill of Brooks gets it back up the slope. Compton goes for 8, 33 for 2.
David Malan comes in at number 4, 33 for 2. So at the moment, a good decision to bowl first. Averaging 38 in his first-class career. Averaging just above 40 this season with 800 runs. Three slips and a gully, no short leg in. They don't believe there's enough bounce to get the bat pad to short leg. It's been good, Brooks. Really good. What do you reckon this LB? Nick Compton's watching the replay in the dressing room now.
Let's have a look. There you go. Scramble seam comes back in. You always feel as a batsman that when you shoulder arms, you feel like you might be struggling regardless. I don't think it's going over. You often come in and just think, fair enough. It was a good piece of bowling because he wasn't expecting it to come back up the slope. 12 gone, 34 for 2.
Remember the law that if you're not playing a shot, it doesn't matter about the impact, whether it's in line or not, so don't worry about that. Is it hitting the stumps? It's all the umpire had to decide. If you're not playing a shot, that's if it pitches outside off, obviously. He thought it was out. Fired up Jack Brooks. He didn't. So 2 games, 2 important games are mirroring each other at the moment. We've had 2 wickets here, and we've had 2 wickets at Taunton as well. Abel's gone. Both the openers, Trescothick and Abel. That's another good leave, having just seen the batsman leave one at the other end.
Yeah, again, not what you expect, Ryan Sidebottom. When you face him, when you're looking to be watchful early on as a batsman, not what you're expecting this ball to come back at you as a left-hander. Great seam. A little bit of bounce as well. There you go. That's where you know you're in a battle. Batsmen so often look down at the pitch as if to say there's a fair bit going on.
Well, it looked from that seam position as if Sidebottom actually meant just to try and nip that ball back in. The seam wasn't pointing towards the slip cordon, as that one would have been. Just a fraction of seam angling in towards the batsman. 2 balls ago. Just there. It's not your classic outswing position, and that's why it comes up the slope. Good bounce, good leave in the end.
You either get a smile from Ryan Sidebottom when you're playing against him, or you get the complete opposite.
I don't know if I should say this or not, but my boy was watching Sky Sports News last night. Shouted out at me, "Is Ryan Sidebottom still playing?" It was announced that he signed another year, an extension of his contract. He's going to carry on for another year. Is he still playing? You bet he is. What a great servant he's been. Yorkshire Notts, back to Yorkshire.
He's averaging less than 20 with the ball as well. He can't play every game now, which is understandable. He doesn't play white ball cricket either, but averaging, I think, 19 something with the ball. That's why he's got another year.
And what you need here today, isn't it? Both him and Brooks. Guys who will give it absolutely everything. We've seen his celebrations over the years, what it means to him. Look at that for first-class stats. Only played the 9 matches, but not only what he cares about Yorkshire is also his experience he brings to a big game like this.
And they've normally, as I say, same with Brooks, they're able to work out the best way for them to bowl on this surface. Some days they'll pitch it up, swing it. Now they're looking to hit the pitch hard on a good length and nip the ball around. Must be funny now as an opening batsman. You turn up and you just know you're going to be batting. The Middlesex batsman, well, you don't have that nervous time around the toss because it's there, you know. So, well, we just reckon we're going to bat today. Don't look up and look to see at 10:30 what's going to happen. You just stick the pads on.
Very good from Sidebottom, a maiden. 34 for 2. 2 wickets here, 2 wickets at Taunton. Tom Abel. Oh, that's a bit of a death, isn't it? He's clipped it to Libby at mid-wicket. That is a real death. Jake Ball, 2 wickets there. That's 50 first-class wickets for Ball. He's had a fantastic summer. Warwickshire 43 for 2. That's another vital game at the other end of the table. Warwickshire, Lancashire. Hampshire going well, 46 for none. Adams 25 not out against Durham. First change of bowling. Here at Lord's, it's David Willey.
Another one of the 5-seamers getting a go. Must be an easy day for a captain in a way. You've got so many options. Don't have to worry about people getting tired and busting out your bowlers. You've got so many options. Sometimes you have 3, you have to rotate your seamers and get your spinner in early and try and work out how you're going to plug and end up with a spinner where maybe you want a seamer. Not for Andrew Gale today. Plenty of options.
Yep.
Northants for Northants. Willie for Brooks. They produce some good players, Northants. Just if they can keep hold of them. Graham Swan, Monty Panesar.
Ben Duckett. Ollie Stone, who hasn't had a year, he got injured celebrating this year. I tell you, he can bowl. I think he's just gone to Warwickshire. Is that right, Richard? He's a very good bowler. Had a layout this year pretty much for injury, but he can bowl.
Fraction short. Can't be short at Lord's, not in September. There won't be any pace or carry. Oh, steady on there. Steady on, Ryan Sidebottom.
They may have some experience with the ball. Sidebottom and Brooks.
Couple of badges there, these two, I tell you. Couple of bowlers. This is what opening bowlers do. It could have been a lot worse.
What are you doing, Ryan Sidebottom, anyway? How old is he? 38. It must be at 38 is the time when you allow your bowler to put the big boot out.
One's gone fine, and side bottom just going to stroll across and pick it up.
David Willey's got to find his length and line, because the opening partnership, Brooks and Sidebottom, have done a great job in creating pressure. Just what you want when conditions are tough. Just want a couple of boundaries just to get your score going. Someone's just tweeted as well that don't forget that Ryan Sidebottom has come back from a broken ankle this year too. Hashtag hard as nails.
Yeah.
Best
Might have
not
had
go.
another one there if Brooks had gone two-footed into him. That happened here, wasn't it? Root with a catch in the deep in the one-day international.
If he's hard as nails, you want to be careful calling him a badger.
Yeah, you want to be careful, Rob. Oh, that's a red card there. Play acting. And that is a throwdown. Not a particularly good over from Willie. Too short to start, too full to end. 49 for 2.
Talk about batting partnerships, bowling partnerships as well. David Willey's got to get into this game. Full and wide and just throws his hands at it.
Got to keep the pressure on. Look how well those two bowled up front. Side bottom, no wickets, but look at the control. Brooks wickets, 2 for 22. Change to Willie has been expensive. It's going to be a double change. Steve Patterson, who's a very, very good bowler. Often you get through all the England bowlers that you face up at Yorkshire, and you get to Patterson, you just ease up. His stats tell you that he's a very useful seam bowler.
Money on a length ball. Just lives on a good length.
Back of a length.
Yeah, just a little bit short. Never like a double change. I never like a double change as a captain out in the field. I always wanted to try and stagger it early on rather than just get 2 new bowlers on. And he's got plenty of options, but give Sidebottom one more. Let that stagger happen.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but it came from the fact that the front two were bowling so well, he didn't want to release the pressure. And then you got to think of maybe a second spell. If you bowl one too long in this first session, might not be able to bring him back just before lunch for another burst. So all these things go through Gale's mind, but he's got so many options, hasn't he? The 5 seamers.
Yeah, correct.
I like David Willey. Look, it's a warm-up over. He's not bowled particularly well. He's still very cross with himself, shaking his head. He's a real competitor as well. Oh, that's where you mean, isn't it? That's what he does.
All day. Very underrated bowler. Massive part of this Yorkshire side for a fair while now. Goes down the slope. I wonder actually if David Willey feels that he'd rather be at the end that Patterson is bowling from. Left-armers a lot of the time when they're bringing it back into the right-hander or away from the left-hander want to bowl from the pavilion end. See that ball just decking down the slope away from the left-hander.
Yeah, Hannon Dolby in the final, didn't he? Bowled a magical spell from that pavilion end, just bowling cutters down the slope to the left-handers. Just makes it tricky to line up. Sure, Willie would want that end. Still having a go at himself.
Again, like Brooks, though, he's a wicket taker. He just to get the ball up. So he's going to go around the park a little bit at times because he's searching for wickets. That type of positive cricketer where he's looking to do something every single ball. And when he gets it right, gets a little bit of swing. He always hits the bat harder than he looks as well. When you look at the speed gun, he's not the quickest, David Willey, but he's got a slippery bumper. And he hits your bat a lot harder than you maybe think when you're just watching from the side or watching on the TV. He bowls a heavy ball.
.49 for 2. Middlesex 49 for 2. We're going to have a change. Nick Knight, Charles Colville.
Thanks, Nass. Oh, a little bit of an edge, but falling short of third slip. Yorkshire having decided not to opt for the toss and instead just put Middlesex in, would dearly like a couple more wickets before lunch. 1 hour gone, 49 for 2. Already got rid of Robson, they got rid of Compton. Now these two, this is the big partnership they want to break sooner rather than later. Lovely shot by David Malan. Clipped away up the hill for 4 runs, straight mid-wicket. Ooh and an ah from David Willey, but Malan's been in pretty good touch all summer.
You're right, it's a very good shot. Look at the length there, it's not bad either. So that's why the ooh and the ah came from David Willey. Captain wants him to bowl just a little wider than that of off stump. That's probably crashing into middle stump, and with the slope as it is, that'll help the left hander hit it leg side. He's got 3 slips who are now very close. Just wants to be on that off stump line. There, that's a better adjustment. That's right there.
Going into this game, Milan had 813 championship runs at an average of over 40, 200s and 550s. Had a very good winter last winter with the England Lions. It's all in one day cricket, of course. Having made that decision to put Middlesex in, Andrew Gale will be desperate to knock them over as quickly and as cheaply as possible, because remember, he has loaded his side with bowlers at the expense of at least one out-and-out batter.
Yeah, he will, but it'd be realistic. I don't think any of us looking at the pitch this morning felt that it was going to be a 150. It may well be that Yorkshire can take advantage of this early start and a couple of early wickets, but the pitch to me, I think to the players, doesn't look like it's one that you're going to blast a side out necessarily. I think the situation they find themselves in is why I think he had a bowl first more than anything. Game they just have to win.
In the air, and is that caught or is it dropped? I think it's down, judging by the reaction. It certainly seemed to carry. It's the end of the over, 53 for 2, and Adam Lyth has shelled a chance that would have put Middlesex 3 down.
I said earlier they're close. They are very close, and that's the line there, just on around outside off stump. And does bring the edge. It's a good height, and it's gone too quickly in the end. One you'd expect to catch. So it's good bowling this from David Willey. Perfect length, perfect line.
So Adam Lyth reflecting on what might have been. Yorkshire thinking about what might have been. They might have had another bonus point. Could have cut the lead to 8. But Malan lives to fight another day, and this is Gubbins on strike facing Patterson. Gubbins, the outstanding batsman for Middlesex this season. He came into this game on 1191 runs, the only Middlesex batsman to have made 1,000 championship runs. 300s, 850s, best of 201.
Yeah, looks very still, doesn't he? Very organised player. Those numbers are excellent.
Oh, now that's another chance gone down, I think. Azim Rafiq at cover point. All seemed to happen a bit in slow motion.
Absolutely, and his reaction just perhaps showing that he didn't pick it up straight away. Just trying to help on its way. He's in pretty close as well. You can see it's gone to him very quickly, but again, it's another catch that you'd expect them to take.
So within the space of what? 3 balls, both batsmen out there have had lives. First it was Lyth dropping Malan. And then just a moment or two ago, Azim Rafiq playing because Adil Rashid isn't, giving Gubbins a chance. Jason Gillespie looking on. He'll be phlegmatic up there, nothing he can do. Comes to the end of his reign as Yorkshire coach. Only lost 6 games in his entire career, 6 championship first-class games. Jason Gillespie, 3 of them, would you believe it, to Middlesex. Is he going to set the record straight in this one? Nothing yet from Bresnan.
No, but he's had a very good season, hasn't he, with bat and with ball. I know you were uncertain as to whether they've got their team right. He's number 5 down on the scorecard. I think, as I said at the top of the show, I think it's got something to do with the fact they knew they were going to have a bowl first, and they've laid their side full of seam options. Whether they'd have done that
Come on.
last year and beyond when toss wasn't uncontested, I doubt.
57 for 2. And Azim Rafiq is heading for the physio. Drop that catch. Physio's dropped something. You'll have to pick it up on the way back. Azim Rafiq dropped that catch at squarish cover. Interesting to see which hand it is that he's damaged. Now, this is always the moment you keep an eye on whether the batsman the fielder or the man who's being treated goes into orbit or not. Physio comes out and says, "You've hurt. Well, if I just touch it here, does that? If I pull this, does that hurt?" Famously, Laurie Brown did it to Graham Gooch in Trinidad on the 1989-90 tour to the West Indies. Finger was broken. Gooch didn't play very much more in that series. I don't think he played at all after that.
Guys on before were debating as the right end for David Willett. I think it probably is because it's not swinging, and that was why the edge came, because the left-hander here, you know the slope is going to bring the ball back into that off stump down the leg side, so you have to be absolutely certain on what you leave and what you play.
Buzz in! May have been dropped last over, but there's no reprieve this time around. That one sneaking back in, whether there's a little bit of inside edge, we'll have to look at the replay. But Malan has gone, and Yorkshire have that first bowling bonus point.
Yeah, it's fantastic bowling, because he's tested Malan now outside that off stump again. It's full, entices the drive, but the length is good, and there's the movement. It's that little bit of movement back down the slope that does for David Malan. Inside edge, very good bowling. And the wicket they so desperately needed. David Malan, 22, 57 for 3.
Well, here comes Stevie Eskenazi. Right-handed batsman. Started off the season with 106, followed by 157. Had a very good summer, although hasn't got 100 since that second innings he played. Only made his debut, mind you, halfway through the season for Middlesex. But the London side need him to produce something now.
4 balls to come.
We'll look at the end of Malan again in just a moment or two, and as we do that, Nick, do you blame him for the shot? Was it a loose shot under the circumstances? Here's Eskenazi's first ball.
Yeah, he'll be looking back now, thinking perhaps it wasn't the length. That's the key. Because it's just a bit short of a drive length, when we show the replay, you'll see the movement back in, down the slope, and that's what does for him. Have a look at the length first. It's not quite a drive, and then the movement, and that's why it sneaks between bat and pad. And that's my point really about why it's the right end for David Willey at the moment, because it just creates a little bit of uncertainty outside that off stump. It's also what you're looking for from David Willey. You look at him in one-day cricket, he's very effective with the new ball, less effective with the older ball, though he bowls well at the death, but in the middle overs, that's his challenge. So not a lot of swing out there at the moment. So as a captain, you just want him to keep hitting that length. Consistency. Consistency with the odd short ball as well, because he's operating around 80 miles an hour. He's not a quick bowler. What you don't want is him, if you're David Willey, is just batsman getting forward and negating any movement there is. So the odd short ball just to keep him back in the crease.
So it's a wicket maiden then for Willey, and Middlesex are 57 for 3.
In the other local county championship match at Taunton, Somerset are currently 51 for 2 against Nottinghamshire.
Robson the first to go, then Compton padding up, offering no shot. Bail trimmer, the umpire deciding that he was out LBW. And just a moment or two ago, Malan, who had been dropped in the over previously from Willey. Big flamboyant drive, which he inside edged into off stump. This is Gubbins, who's also been dropped.
This is where batting as a left-hander at Lords could just be a little tricky. And I think that's why he's gone round the wicket. Because over the wicket, you're looking to leave, or you can leave a lot of balls, because A, it goes down the slope. But now he's round the wicket. The initial angle will be at the batsman. So what you play and what you don't becomes just a little bit more tricky. That's why Andrew Gale has 3 slips in place. But he's looked good so far. Don't worry about 23 from 43.
Is there a bit of Grant Flower about Gubbins for you? Facially?
Facially. Maybe, Chaz, maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
Steve Patterson bowling round the wicket, gets quite close to that outside crease. If he touches that line. Now, big appeal, and Rob Bailey says no. Close. Not close enough for Rob Bailey.
Spin inside edge there as well. Seem to be two noises. Also indication perhaps from the batsman.
Gubbins sort of indicating in a gentle way that there might have been a bit of edge there. Didn't do it sort of as some have done in the past with a major wave of the bat. Who were the great indicators of inside edges of your day? I remember Alex Stewart being quite good at doing that.
That's off stump. That's middle and off.
Well, David Willey will be trying to line Gubbins up and knock him over exactly the same way that he got rid of Malan in his last over. Just get that ball outside off stump, sometimes disappearing off towards the slip, see if he can get the edge.
Yeah, I mean, the other game he could play, if he feels that he's just getting forward and he has the measure of his line and length, he might perhaps put extra cover just round the corner catching to try and get in the mind of Gubbins that it might be the odd short ball. It's something else he can do. If he feels there that he's covered that off-stump line, it's just a bit of a mind game, really. He probably won't even bowl a short ball. That's something else he can do, potentially. Just opens up that gap there at extra cover.
Now, what's happened here? What's Gubbins done to his wrist there, Nick?
I'm not sure, but it looked painful, didn't it, for just a brief period. I don't know if he's called for the physio to come out. He looked in great pain, but he looks okay now.
Physio is just emerged from the pavilion. Sort of cramp. You're the left-handed batsman. You must know about these injuries. That's what you're here for.
No idea what he's done. Because I'm a left-hander, I should know. Is that right?
Yeah, because you also allegedly were a batsman.
Oh, aye.
Very full, but Eskenazi not able to capitalise on it. So just one run from the over, 59 for 3. Let's have a quick look around the country, see what's going on. Important games in the First Division everywhere. 56 for 2, Somerset. Trescothick out for 25. Warwickshire 59 for 2 against Lancashire, a game that they will be very keen to win to relieve their relegation worries. But Hampshire going very nicely against Durham down at the Ageas Bowl. 85 without loss. So that is very good news for Hampshire fans. Are they about to escape the drop for a second year running? This is currently how Division 1 stands. Yorkshire, by picking up 3 Middlesex wickets, have got themselves 1 bonus point, so they're up to 205, and the lead is now just 8. Somerset and Middlesex, of course, both batting and a long way off getting their first bonus points. Physio's been out and had a look at the Gubbins wrist. Seems all right now. That's a lovely shot up the hill for 4.
Yeah, it's a high-class shot, not an easy shot to play. Test the balance that you have at the crease. Hit it in front of square. It's easy for that to squirt behind square. You get too far across, covering that off stump. That's excellent.
Good news for Middlesex is it's getting lighter and lighter. The clouds are lifting all the time here in London. It was really quite gloomy and overcast and with a hint of rain in the air when we turned up at the ground, but it's getting a lot better. What a good shot that is. Gubbins has looked easily the classiest batsman on display this morning for Middlesex. That 4 takes him to 33 and Middlesex to 67 for 3. So an hour and a half of the morning gone. Half an hour to go till lunch. Here are Dominic Cork and Rob King.
Thanks, Charles. Good forward defensive stroke. It's been hard work for the batsman, but I think, as Charles Colville said, Gubbins has looked a class apart. He's jumped on anything he possibly could. That's the thing, when you're playing in slightly tough or tricky conditions, as they often are at this time of year, you've got to make sure you're looking to score. Looking to be positive helps your defence. Also puts the bowlers under a little bit of pressure. Leading edge goes along the ground. What have you made of it, Dominic?
Well, I think it's been a good cricket morning. Yorkshire will be disappointed because of the 2 drops. Difficult one, Adam Lyth, low down. Azim Rafiq, the one just at backward point, could have got rid of Gubbins. But all in all, I think there's just enough in the surface. I think as a bowler on a morning like today, you with the new rule, you decide to have a bowl first. You pack your side with bowlers, which is exactly what Yorkshire have done. And they'll be happy with how it's gone. Could have been better, but they're in the game, aren't they? 3 down. They'd like to make that 4 before lunch.
It's a nice shot. Just lent on it. It was too full from David Willey. Put away very well all the same.
Don't mind this from David Willey. He is trying to get the ball to swing. So every now and again you would say to your ball, don't worry about being driven. Yes, that's half volley and put away quite comfortably by Eskenazi. But any bowler in these sort of conditions with a ball that's just under 22 overs old, you'd say pitch it up, give it a chance. Don't be worried if every now and again that you concede a boundary driven. I think that's the important thing. Don't be worried about being driven. At least you're giving the ball a chance to swing and seam.
Back of a length. They put a man out on the hook, trying to say whether they want David Willey to drag his length back a bit. I don't think that could be the case. Maybe just to make Eskenazi think that the odd short ball is coming. 82 mile an hour, but he's got a good bumper, David Willey. I just think it's about this time, as an opening batsman in England against the Duke's ball, you might have a little bit of lateral movement off the surface early on. About this time is when you can start to get it to swing. Really trying to hit this surface hard. 22 gone, 71 for 3.
Yeah, just remember that toss was contested, which meant that Yorkshire, as the away side, decided to have a bowl first. Rid of Sam Robson early on, a full delivery which Robson missed, and quite a simple decision. Good decision also, Nick Compton. A lot of people thought, was it going to go over the top? He left it, no shot. And good decision by Tim Robinson.
Side, Bottom and Brooks are outstanding with the new ball. It's hit a length hard. There's not been a huge amount of movement. There's been just enough. Got a change of bowl in the 5th of the seamers. Tim Bresnan comes on, replacing Stephen Patterson. Right arm fast medium. Been batting very well as well this year. Certainly in 50 over cricket. He's going to be batting 5, we think, in this match. It's a really good shot. Wasn't that short, it was just a fraction too short, but he's quick onto it, Gubbins.
Timing, isn't it? We've seen that from Gubbins throughout this innings. His 37 from 58 deliveries. Yeah, nice shot. Runs away once you pass that to infield. Runs down the bank here at Lord's. like the look of Gubbins.
It looks like he's got a lot of time. Bit of a loosener from Tim Bresnan, but that's the key. The fact you've always got to look to score. You just want to survive. Always look. Anything, any opportunity you get, you've got to be looking to score, looking to pounce. You can be as tight, you can block as many balls as you want. So important just to look for anything off line, off length. Even more so actually when you get on a pitch that's slightly helping the bowlers, but it's very slow as well. First time this season that Bresnan has bowled this far down the bowling order. Back onto a better length. Bresnan's pace, he's not going to get much change for anything short.
Good news is, Rob, that it seems to be getting brighter and brighter as the day is going on. Obviously, we're just into the afternoon now. It was quite overcast and dark this morning about 8 o'clock, and it's getting better. And the weather forecast has said it's going to get brighter as the day goes on, and sunshine tomorrow.
I think tomorrow will be the best day for batting. So often is. In 4-day cricket, days 2 and 3, that's when you want to be batting. 23 gone, 75 for 3.
Picked up something from this first session about Nick Gubbins and just slight little changes that he makes on the left, a left-hander, how he stands more on off-stump, so an off-stump line, so he gets across it and says to the left arm, if you've got to try and bowl outside, whereas you're just slightly wider to the right arm of Bresnan. So he just is getting in, I think, a better position for the right armer. So he's not falling across. Yeah, I just think I've watched just you talk about how a bowler can change just his position on the crease line, and how a batsman also just slightly changed to whatever the sort of bowler he's facing, whether it's the left-handed Willie or side bottom that he wants to cover his stumps and say to the bowler, if you want to attack, you don't get it quite right, I'm going to work you through the leg side. And to the right armer that I'm going to stand just slightly towards leg stump.
Yeah, just open himself up a bit. I always think you just take your guard so you can play as straight as possible. So if you're facing the left armer, so he's facing side bottom, who he thinks are going to go away from him and try and maybe bring one back into the stumps. It's just a much easier leave, a much easier way to play if you can get your eyes across onto off stump and you get across your stumps a bit, knowing that can't afford to miss it, because then you'll be in trouble, but you back yourself to hit.
Well, I was going to ask that. You can't fall over in that position, can you? You can't get your head the other side of the ball or you're in trouble.
No, and you're also just playing that ball on off stump, you're able to play a lot straighter. Like that. That's perfect there. The way he's played that straight back down the pitch. All right, the ball in the end has gone out to extra cover, but his angles and everything, he's lining that up beautifully on off stump.
See, I would find if I was bowling that to somebody who was doing that quite often, he's for me in a position where I would try and hit him in front, that I would play around with the position I bowled on on the crease, the lines. You know, I couldn't really bowl perhaps an in-swinger or an away swinger to a left armour, but I could perhaps seam it away or seam it back in.
How many balls would you take to set someone up for your straighter delivery? It's too full, but he's missed out. I only get a single. Yeah, how many balls in a spell do you have to take to set someone up?
Well, I think you've got to be patient, and I think that's something that perhaps bowlers at times try too quickly to show all their tricks. Watch where Gubbins now is standing for David Willey. We've emphasised before that he'll be batting on, say, an off stump, so his feet will be perhaps covering all 3 stumps here. So he's saying to David Willey that I'm covering my stumps here.
There you go. So he can't afford to miss that ball. If he misses that ball, he's in trouble.
Misses out, but he backs himself that, like you say, that he's going to keep his head in the right position, that he doesn't fall over and miss it. So to go back to your question, how long? 2 overs, 2 or 3 overs. I'd be looking now to, I'm obviously not a left armour, but if I was a left arm, I'd bowl in outside. I'd get him to leave it, I'd slightly go wider of the crease to create an angle to go in, to drag him even further.
Good length from David Willey. 24 gone, 76 for 3.
So when I'm saying drag, to drag him wider outside off stump. So I want to get him out more outside off stump. Head is in good position, and hence why he's had such a great season this year, because of his position. So for me, any bowler, it's like you say, it's setting a batsman up. There's not a lot in the surface, a little bit of swing now and again. Try and create something. Use the crease, use an angle on the crease.
As often, the better bowlers you face, they were prepared to take that little bit longer just to try and do exactly what you're saying, to make you think that they're just going outside off stump, to the point where you might even forget they're coming back at you, and then all of a sudden, then it would come in.
And that came from the great late Malcolm Marshall, who Kim Barnett brought to Chesterfield to work with the Derbyshire players in the early 90s. And that's one of the things first thing I asked him is, how did you used to set a batsman up? Obviously he had pace as well, he could swing the ball both ways, so he had everything in his armoury. He just said it's about being patient. Don't think that you have to go in swing, out swing in 1 over, off cutter. It's just about doing something, being consistent with your action.
Well played.
And you know, like batting, bowling is exactly the same. It's about repeating. And if you can repeat what makes you successful as many times as possible, that's with your action, with your front arm, with the position of your fingers behind the seam. If you can create that 6 balls, you've got a chance of being successful.
Something that Bresnan does really well, when he's on song, he can just slam a length down over and over again, where he just tries to bring you forward and hit the splice of the bat. He's not someone that generally hoops the ball away or bowls magic balls all the time. Someone like Brooks might actually get more out of a surface, but Bresnan will just wear you down with relentless line and length. Every time I've said something like that of late, they've bowled a pretty average ball after it.
And also, you have to remember about certain grounds and the lengths and the lines. You know, with Lords, because of the slope, that some bowlers find it difficult to bowl from the pavilion end because of that slope. So your line and your angle has to slightly change.
What end did you prefer?
The nursery. Always learn, although I made my Test debut here, I bowled from the pavilion. Glenn McGrath would always bowl from the pavilion end. Darren Gough, pavilion end. But I preferred the nursery. Andrew Caddick did as well.
Both of you, I mean, you predominantly, if anything, your natural shape was to take it away from the right-hander, that'd be fair. And is that the slope then helps that, so you're getting it to go away down the slope from the right-hander?
And in some ways, I probably should have gone the other end if it was swinging.
.25 gone, 76 for 3.
Coming round the wicket. I'll stop.
Stephen Patterson back on, please, thank you. Bowl back onto a good length straight away.
Now, we're talking about setting batsmen. I think somebody like a Steve Patterson can do that. Okay, he's going to bowl wide, and you'll see that Gubbins will just go wider and wider. He'll eventually probably be outside off stump by the time that the ball lands.
He's getting right across his stumps now, and almost out of his ground a little bit. The thing you know with someone like Patterson is he's just going to stick on a good length all the time. His line might change, but you're not too worried about him going short at you. So he's blessed with real accuracy, but then he isn't blessed with pace to push you back. So he has to be relentless in his line and length.
Yeah, he's got to bat out of his crease as well to get at the ball.
I suppose you're right. When he starts going further and further across, then his off stump becomes that little bit wider as well. I mean, obviously his off stump is always, it's a fixed position, but if you want to look to hit the top of off and get the nick, you just move that a bit wider. I suppose we always talk about maybe if you put another stump down or another 2 stumps, that's the line you want to bowl. 4th or 5th stump.
Where you're looking now as a bowler, because obviously as you're running in, you're bowling round the wicket to a left-handed batsman, you're looking directly towards the wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper will be slightly outside off stump, so Andrew Hodd will give you the line. So when he turns round, he'll see that look where Hodd is, just slightly outside. So you're looking to actually bowl straight to Andrew Hodd now. That's the line.
Oh, Nick. Not carried. Perfect line, gets the edge, but that's the problem. It's a slow pitch.
Well, slow pitch and also obviously 77 miles an hour, but it's perfect bowling. Because you've dragged him out, all of a sudden he's thinking, should really be playing at this. He can leave that. So you're making him play at balls because you've dragged him a little bit wider. That's setting the batsman up. Perfect.
All right, Richard just told me if this over is a maiden from Patterson, that's 400 overs of maidens in the last 3 seasons. Rapturous applause for that stat coming through. But that is a very, very good effort, and what a brilliant player to have in your team. An absolute banker with the ball, gives you control. 26 gone, 76 for 3. .400 maidens in 3 years. That's a lot of maidens. Only Steve McGoffin from Sussex has matched that. So sometimes you want your wicket takers, sometimes as a captain you just want someone you can rely on, someone you can throw the ball to and say, I know exactly what you're going to give me, I can set a field accordingly. Oh, a bit more zip out of the surface there. He just goes a fraction wider. A good leave.
And again, exactly the same as how Patterson has just built pressure, created pressure, set the batsman up. This is what Bresnan's trying to do from the pavilion end. Slightly more outside off stump. Look how wide Hod is, so he's again giving you where you should be bowling.
So you were, when you were running into bowl, you took the keeper a lot as where to go. How did you find a line and length? What were you thinking as you ran up?
Well, I'm trying to hit top of off stump, whatever that is. Depending on where I am here, it would probably be top of maybe the 5th stump. So 2 more stumps outside, that would be the line, but the length would be exactly the same, trying to just clip the top of those stumps.
Straighter this time. Look for 2. I don't think they're going to... Well, there's a bit of a stutter, but in the end, Gubbins just settles well. Eskenazi settles for 1.
And talk about how dangerous it can be to bowl 2 straight. I mean, dangerous because it just it's easy. You know, that is probably about, what, middle and off?
Yeah, even middle stump in a way.
And batsmen will use the slope, use the pace, and that will just then go down. And that's what's frustrating, because you're just releasing a bit of pressure.
I suppose the other problem, it's quite handy as a batting side to have left and right hand, because it becomes, you can't just get a groove going as a bowler. You have to change your line for each batsman.
And that all comes from the fact that that one ball that he bowled 2 straight to the right-hander gets the left-hander on strike, because he then bowls the line that he's been used to bowling to the right-hander. He doesn't adjust. So all of a sudden, 2 runs.
Ooh, close. Close for the leave. That's why you want to get the leave. Just get your hands out of the way of the ball. It was a late decision, but he's done it a couple of times, Eskenazi, where he's just looked and then just whipped his hands out of the way very late.
Because of the line, he has to really play, because he's worried that the ball is going to come down the slope. So he's thinking, do I play, do I play? No, I'm going to pull out, hence why he does it late.
First real bumper we've seen. Doesn't get up. 27 gone, 78 for 3. You often feel when the slopes, if you're a right-hander and you're batting on a wicket with a slope, you feel it's coming towards you. So it becomes hard to look to feel that a ball outside off stump is going to go up the slope. So you always think it's going to come back in. Here we go so far. Gubbins, the standout. He's had a very good year. It's often you get a big game like this. This is where you really learn about players. Gubbins so far has shown he's got a lot of class.
So a little change of field, so just changing the personnel. There is a sweeper out now for Patterson and Gubbins. So Gale deciding just to protect that boundary. Man on the drive.
That's unlucky. You stick the man out at deep cover, but it's a good ball. It's not where he wanted it to go, but if he'd have blazed that through the covers, he would have got a single. And Edge brings him 4.
Just slightly fell over, didn't he? Because of the line, he's trying to get more outside off stump. He falls over.
Would you have your sweeper out there now? Would you have a deep cover?
No.
The only thing I can think is they want to bowl at the right-hander.
No, I just think they're protecting the boundary. I just don't think that's the right option. Bring him up. Make him hit it through. He wants people to hit through length. Don't mind having a mid-wicket in, because I think with the slope that just protects if the ball goes down. And that's the right option, to have a mid-wicket in, which is there. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and quite a square fine leg.
Surely they wouldn't have a deep cover in just this time before lunch just to protect a boundary. I mean, I know he's going to protect a boundary, but I just find it a strange plan for someone like Patterson as well, who's so good at bowling dot balls. A little bit of swing after the bat.
It is swing after the bat, but I just think because of, remember the angle that the right armour is creating here, so it looks like it's going to go in. I just think this is just hitting the seam and just going up the slope a little bit. I know it swings after. I think that's what Patterson is trying to do, just to hold it to go up the slope.
28 gone, 82 for 3. With the last over before lunch, where would you see it? Corky, I think. Honours even, you get inserted, 82 for 3, bloke looking good on 41.
Could have been better, couldn't it? Those 2 drop catches. Could have been 5 down. Gubbins out. It isn't. Yeah, I think you're right. Honours even.
Tim Bresnan will take us into lunch. See a bit of Rafiq. Doesn't get the customary 1 over before lunch. Probably right as well. So many options with the ball.
Yeah, this could have made a difference. Never easy. Low down is normally good. Seen some fantastic catches. This one a little bit easy at Rafiq. Whether he thought it was going a little bit quicker. Maybe he could have gone reverse fingers with his fingers pointing up.
Trying to tempt him. I know there was like a cutter or something. He rolled his fingers. Looked like it didn't come out of his hand the way it normally does from Tim Bresnan, just trying to drag a shot out of Eskenazi. Normally at this time you're just looking to get through to lunch. Don't say it. Trying to tempt him with a loose shot.
See, with what, 2 balls to go now, I'd be thinking, how could I perhaps get into that batsman's head then? What could I do? Well, I would probably say, right,
Hang up your bumper.
correct.
Set up for a short leg, something like that.
Absolutely. It wouldn't be, but I think square leg or mid wicket would go out, and I'd make sure he knew. I'd say, right, out you go, let's have a look before lunch. It'd still be a length delivery.
You bowlers. We never thought of that. We never thought when you put in a short leg and a man out that you wouldn't bowl a bumper.
But anything, I'm not just saying putting somebody out, your bat pad, just do something. It may not always work.
Make it an event, make that ball an event, I suppose.
Yeah, try and build it up. There's nothing wrong with it. A good batsman will just forget about it. You play the ball on merit. Forget about where the position of a fielder is. It's play it on merit, but it's just something. Just play with it a little bit.
Yeah, always just, here he goes, changed his angle now, just to make him think of something different, get him out of his bubble. The batting bubble where you just concentrate and focusing on just watching the ball, try and make him think of something else.
And then bring in mid-wicket. Bring him in and just have a catcher. You know, he wants to get across the ball. You watch where he's standing now. He was standing about on middle and probably middle and leg. He's probably across all his stumps. Yeah, there you go.
He's disappointed with that, Tim Bresnan. Well played, Nick Gubbins. 29 overs gone in the first session of this crucial championship match, the Specsavers County Championship on the line. Middlesex 84 for 3.
Yeah, decent session for both sides, really. Even Stevens, 84 for 3. Yorkshire be happy with the 3 wickets. Could have been better. And for Middlesex, well, it's Gubbins who's led the way again. He's done it all season, 42 from 79. He'll go in quite content. Good figures from side bottom. A little bit short at times.
He's still trying to shine the ball. Looks like there's a good shine on that ball on one side of it. Very good, Jack Brooks and Ryan Sidebottom, but Nick Gubbins has been a match for everything that Yorkshire have thrown at him so far.
Welcome back then to Lords for the second session. Middlesex 84 for 3. Uncontested toss. So Andrew Gale, the Yorkshire captain, decided a couple hours ago that he wanted to have a bowl first, and he has 3 wickets. But Nick Gubbins has stood firm, 42 from 79 deliveries, played very, very well. Jack Brooks bowled excellent first spell. A little bit of swing that you can see there, and a lot of control.
Yeah, I think he was Yorkshire's most effective bowler this morning. Those 2 wickets probably tell that tale. Never frightened of pitching the ball really well up, Jack Brooks. Hitting the pads, getting every opportunity to move the ball late. So it proved earlier on this morning. Been a really good morning for Gubbins, 42 from 81. He's grafted it out. He's played some good shots as well. And had a memorable lunchtime as well, because he got his first team cap in front of the pavilion as they walked off at the end of the morning session.
And they did put a couple of catches down. Blythe put Malan down, but that didn't prove costly. Azim Rafiq did put Gubbins down at a sharp chance at cover. Not a lot of pace in the pitch.
No, almost a front foot pull from Gubbins, who's back into his stride very soon after the lunch break. Lovely pull stroke. Whipped away. Only a bottom hand in that. The fielder out at deep square leg as well. Beaten him to the boundary. Positive start from Gubbins after lunch then.
That's more like it from Brooks. He looks a very organised player. Not a lot of movements, very upright in his stance. Very still at the crease. Careful, nearly dragged that on, inside edge. 6 runs from the over, 90 for 3. Let's have a look at the wickets. Jack Brooks picked up a couple of early ones. Robson just playing around, falling over slightly, perhaps playing for the swing. On that occasion it was non-existent. That's what Paul was saying, pitch it up, attacking the stumps. And Nick Compton just leaving one there. David Willey getting one to come back down the slope to David Malan. So Yorkshire's captain goes back to his 2 bowlers that started proceedings for them this morning. Ryan Sidebottom, economical as ever. Perhaps bowled a smidgen short in his first spell. He perhaps looked to feed the 3 slips that he has in place. signed another extension or another year to his contract. Ryan Sidebottom.
Yeah, well, he's in the latter days of his career, that's for sure. He's 38 years of age, but still proving to be pretty effective. He'll have lost half a yard of pace from his heyday, but as those figures show, naggingly accurate this morning. Got a little bit of swing, a bit of seam movement, whilst not being at his absolute best.
.38 years of age.
Yeah, it's a fair old age for an opening bowler. There's not many go past the 38th year as an opening bowler in first-class cricket. Can't think of too many. Richard Hadley, John Lever of yesteryear.
No Liam Plunkett, that might have surprised a few. Didn't make the final 11. They have 5 seam bowling or swing bowling options. There he is, just hiding, he's just lurking. Of course, what he would provide, this attack, is an extra pace, but they want pitch-up bowlers, it certainly appears that way.
Well, Plunkett's record in first-class cricket this year is not brilliant, 10 wickets at 60. But as you say, Nick, he does provide a little bit added dimension in terms of extra pace, with a couple of yards quicker than Sidebottom, Brooks, Patterson, Willie and Bresnan. Just wonder at the wisdom of picking 5 bowlers all of similar pace, although 2 of those, of course, left armers, so you've got your variation there. Whether they couldn't have fitted Plunkett in somewhere. Who would you have not played? Willie, maybe.
The other thing he gives you is batting as well. Liam Plunkett. Amazing, isn't it, to think that it's all the players they haven't got playing for them. They've still got a very competitive side.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, well, if Rashid had been available, then Rafiq wouldn't have played, I don't think. They'd just gone in with the leg spinner.
Oh!
91 for 3. That's what's at stake. Win 16 points, draw 5 points. A good old draw, 5 points. Bonus points are crucial, and this is the kind of time of the season where sides are looking at all the points they perhaps didn't quite manage to get. You can see the batting points there and the bowling points on the right.
That's it, yeah.
So 8 bonus points available. And they have to get the bonus points in 110 overs. That's a time span that's changed over the years. Seems to have ever changed, just constantly tinkering with the amount of overs to get your wickets and runs in. At the moment, you can see there it's 110. Sometimes been a bit more and sometimes been a little bit less. Beautifully played. Got on top of the bounce again. There's no real pace in the surface, but he plays it very, very well. Again, looks a very organised player.
Good shot, given the previous ball climbed quite alarmingly on him. To have plenty of time there again. It's another almost front foot pull stroke. Brooks tries the short ball sparingly. It's not a bad ploy either, as he'll follow it with something like that, the drive ball, or really full good length. Just to add to your explanation, Nick, about points and things, if you get a win, obviously you get your 16 points, but you also get your bonus points on top of that. So 24 points maximum. Bonus points applicable even if you lose the game. So it's at a crucial stage, really, the county championship. We all know it's the last game, but bonus points are going to play a part. With it being particularly tight between Middlesex, Yorkshire and Somerset. No less tight at the bottom of the table either. I mean, any one of three counties could join Nottinghamshire being relegated, Lancashire, Warwickshire or Hampshire. Lancashire playing Warwickshire at Edgbaston and Hampshire playing Durham at the Ageas Bowl.
Warwickshire haven't won a championship game at home all year.
No, and I expected them to a pitch to turn there.
Absolute beauty. Not a lot he could have done. 95 for 3.
No, this is a great way to finish the over from Brooks. Perfect seamer down the hill. You couldn't have got two bats on that. Squaring the batsman up. The ball zips down the hill off the seam. Yeah, I expected Edgbaston to be a turning pitch, but Lancashire have put Warwickshire in there.
Well, Lancashire have got a couple of spinners, haven't you?
Yeah.
You picked your 2 spinners.
Yeah. And Hampshire need to win, of course, down at the Ageas Bowl. They need to beat Durham, really, to make sure of safety.
Well, they appear pretty relaxed. Davy Houghton there. Second left. A contemplative mood. I think he's their better. I know he's their batting coach. Done an excellent job. I think he's a very good coach.
I'll tell you what he's doing there. He's doing the Telegraph crossword. Does it every day, or tries to anyway.
No, but good line, good length.
Yeah, it's interesting watching Gubbins take guard to side bottom, covering his stumps. It's almost an invitation to the bowler to try and hit middle stump, thereby trying to hit him on the pads. But if you do that, he'll whip you away through the leg side. So side bottom has to consciously look to bowl off stump just outside in that channel. Very easy for a bowler to get sucked into bowling too straight when a batsman stands that way. It's tempting, because you think all I've got to do is bowl at his pads. He'll miss one. On a pitch of not great pace, we're not really seeing an awful lot of movement. batsman's perhaps favourite to score freely through the leg side.
Yeah, and as a batsman, you know essentially you're going to be playing off the front foot because of the pace. So you're not going to be pushed back very often. Just have a look at very still, very upright. The key bit really is the head position. Head position stays around about off stump most of the time. What you don't want is that head position falling across. That affects your judgment of where the line of off stump is, and that's when you play at balls you don't need to. But he doesn't really go back and across from that position. What he does is almost just go back. So his head is over the line of off stump. A good testing, economical over, 96 for 3.
Come round the wicket. Can I get off some, please? Yep, that's it.
Still a little bit murky in truth, but it's improved slightly throughout the morning and into the afternoon. Pretty damp first thing this morning here in London. That's good. The ball's just moving enough now for Brooks.
Yeah, and I like this approach from Brooks going round the wicket now because of the simple fact that he keeps the ball so far up to the batsman. He's got the slope helping him bring the ball back down into Gubbins. That does that there just a little bit. If there's even a semblance of a gap between bat and pad, then Brooks might find it.
Yeah.
Just too short there. 50 for Gubbins. It's been a really good knock. He's got a life. Got dropped at backward point, but he's not let that worry him. 9 fours in his half century. He's batted for 2 hours 20 minutes.
He's played very well all season, but with the TV cameras here and such a big game, a game that could see them lift the county championship trophy at the end of it. Important your form players play well, and this is exactly what he's done so far.
The 50 moment. Just a little tuck onto the leg side and thoroughly well appreciated by his teammates.
Gone. Excellent again from Brooks. It was full of length and it was the wrong decision to go back. It just snuck, I think, between bat and pad. So Eskinazi goes.
Well, this is what Brooks does, pitches it up, and if you play back at your peril on a pitch that's just doing a little bit late on it, inside edge, dragging it on, and Brooks succeeds yet again. It's his 3rd wicket of the innings, and it's the end of Eskinazi, gone for 12. Middlesex 97 for 4.
John Simpson.
John Simpson in at number 6. And up against Jack Brooks, who's just got the ball moving enough. It's not exaggerated movement, but here at Lord's with the slope, sometimes it can just assist any sideways movement.
Simpson with a good career average. Better than that this year. He averages 45. Continuing to improve, Simpson. This is the end of Eskenazi, trapped on the crease, neither forward nor back, and paying the price against Brooks' accuracy and movement. Too late, caught in two minds whether to go forward or back.
Very consistent performer for many years, Jack Brooks. Notice he doesn't make any of the England squads, he doesn't make any of the performance squads, and yet year in, year out, he keeps picking up important wickets, major contributions for Yorkshire. He's picked up 3 today. Before today, he had 53 championship wickets, so make that 56. Testing Simpson outside that off stump. 97 for 4.
Well, the man who stood tall all the way through this Middlesex innings is Nick Gubbins. He's gone to his half-century, batted all through the morning, then before he could have his lunch he got his cap. Positive this morning when the ball was moving around. If the ball was there to be driven or tucked away, that's what he did. It was pretty strong through the covers. That was a let-off, should have been caught at backward point by Rafiq. And you can see he's very strong off front and back foot through that offside, and if you drop it short he'll whip you away on the leg side as well. Time and motion study, this, is it? Doing stress tests on the new stand. There'll be something technical. Surprised they haven't got MCC coloured bibs on, really. Flash of orange there wouldn't go amiss, would it? Well, at least we've built it facing the right way. Come on, Nick, quickly. What are the benefits of a left-handed opening batsman taking that guard against a left-arm bowler.
As I said earlier, I think the reason he does it, or keeps it simple, is his head is over off stump. That's the key bit. If you know there from that position, it looks like you're covering all the stumps, but what you don't want to be doing is playing outside the line of that off stump, so he can't there. So he knows where his head position is, he knows the line of the ball. He sets up pretty well. 97 for 4. What a lot of left-handers do is set up perhaps a little bit more towards the leg stump, show the bowler the stumps, and then in their trigger movements move back and across to do the same thing. But Gubbins, a little bit like Nick Compton, stands very still, minimises the movements, gets in a very similar position to someone that triggers across his stumps. A lot of batsmen just like to move, just to get the body moving before the ball's bowled, but
yeah, looking at Brooks, we were just talking after that last wicket. Nick, you were asking me why is he an England bowler? It's funny that he doesn't get mentioned in dispatches, nor does Chris Rushworth either, bowls for Durham, and both of them leading wicket takers in first-class cricket since 2013, over 200 wickets. And I don't know whether it's just a question of pace, whether they're considered to be half a yard too slow for international cricket. That could probably be only it, because everything else works. They've got good control, move the ball. Brooks especially bowls a really full length. And the knack of taking wickets is not to be overlooked.
so I thought, I mean, looking at the numbers, that's the reason I made the point, really. Plays in a very good side, a championship winning side over the last couple of years, and possibly this year. Super shot that is. Excellent running too. One of your 9 irons, that wall.
What, the divot, you mean? Yeah. They could be running 4, that is for sure. Good effort by Gale, but to no avail. Hundreds up, 102 for 4. Just past halfway to a batting point, Middlesex. Not deterred by being driven. Brooks, he'll keep the ball up there, keep the batsman interested.
More movement, another testing over. 103 for 4. Let's get you updated with what's happening down at Taunton. Remember, this game's very much live in terms of winning the county championship. If Somerset win this, they still have a chance of lifting the trophy. They are batting. Chris Rogers has 50. Half century then for Rogers. They're going pretty well. Somerset. 7 fours, 83 balls. Just Gothic missing out today on a big one. 130 for 2. They'll probably need all their batting bonus points, so they'll probably need to get 400 in 110 overs, and they're setting themselves up nicely to do exactly that. Up against Notts, of course, who've been relegated. Somerset just a point behind Yorkshire before play today. Middlesex 9 points clear of Yorkshire. So Yorkshire will have to, in order to win the championship, Yorkshire will have to win this game. And in order to win the championship, Somerset will have to win their game as well. So still lots to play for. Again, we were talking about Warwickshire, Lancashire. Lancashire choosing to bowl first, 104 for 3, trot out, bell in. Hampshire, Durham, Hampshire going well. Remember, that's a relegation possibility for Hampshire. Hampshire could go down. Durham, of course, is safe.
Solitary spinner in the Yorkshire ranks. Azim Rafiq, no Adil Rashid today for Yorkshire.
Yeah, Andrew Gale said to you at the toss, and didn't expect spin to play a major part in the game.
No, it didn't look like it, looking at the pitch.
More movement, just a little too wide for side bottom, 104 for 4.
Great work, Pat. That's it.
Check off some, please, Robert.
Brooks to continue, 3 wickets to his name. We have a change now. Dominic Nasser.
Thanks, Nick. Gubbins has played really well, hasn't he? 56 from 104. Looks a very organised player. 9 boundaries. Solid block. Good attack. He's playing against. And judge players by who they're playing against and what sort of conditions. A cloudy day at Lords against what is an international quality attack. A lot of players there that either could or should or would play international cricket or have. So this is really good from Gubbins. Been a good story this summer, actually, the emergence of players. Often you turn up county cricket, it's the same players year after year getting runs, but the likes of Hamid at Lancashire, Duckett at Northants, Gubbins, Jennings, Leach with the ball at Somerset, some of the names you wouldn't really have pushed at the start of the summer. Had fine summers.
Just working on the ball, aren't they, Yorkshire? Just trying to get that swing. You can see that the ball's always thrown to Gary Balance. Lythe is doing it now from second slip, then to Gary Balance. He's using his jumper, trying to get a good shine on it. Lythe done it this time. You just sense then that last delivery, Brooks was trying to go back into the left-hander.
Quite reverse, you know, Don. Those wicket ends are so dry. Been so dry here the last month or so. Seen one-dayers here, both the international and the final, where the ball has just reversed a little bit. The 8 overs gone, 106 for 4. All those pitches and all the ends have been worn away, really dry. So once they've given up on the orthodox swing, which they haven't done yet, they've shined it up nicely. About 45 overs, they might say, right, let's change our policy, throw it into the rough, get it reversing.
You just hear Andrew Hodge saying, don't change it, Ryan. It is straight. You can see that both left-handers are standing on an off-stump guard, but both of them are playing the ball straight. I think that's the difference. If somebody was just falling over, you could have a tendency with the slope to fall over, so fall towards the slips and miss that straight delivery.
Good run. It's a good point you make, actually. Two things I've noticed. One is the high backlift, how the game has changed. A lot of players now have the high backlift. And also now they go across their stumps. Both these batsmen on an off-stump guard. In our day, it used to be middle and leg stump. Graham Gooch used to take leg stump, especially after Terry Alderman used to get him out LBW a lot. Gucci went leg stump. Modern way for quite a few batsmen is to go across those stumps and stand on off-stump. Look at that back leg, it's on off-stump. Cover your stumps. And then back yourself not to miss it if it's straight.
There's a sub on for Yorkshire at the moment, Jack Leaning, who was left out of the team today. He's on for David Willey. Try and find out why he's off. If there's any problems. Had a lean time of it, hasn't he, this year?
Is that your joke, Tom? Did we miss a joke there?
You always like my jokes, didn't you?
Averaging 28 in first-class cricket. A reasonable mid-season in white ball cricket. Played well in a couple of 2020s, but you're right, he's had a quiet summer. Guess he would have been the option to bat at 5, play Bresnan at 6 and leave one of the seamers out if they wanted the extra batsman. $108 for 4.
But I think maybe that decision was taken away with the fact that the away team didn't need to toss, so an uncontested toss. Have a bowl first. They know that, I would imagine, today is their day to set up the game. If they can bowl Middlesex out, maybe not concede too many batting bonus points as Middlesex. If you can bowl them out under 250, then tomorrow, weather report's saying it's going to be beautiful, that's when Yorkshire then get the runs. So perhaps the reason why they played the extra bowler.
David Willey's back on. No more leaning jokes from Dominic Cork.
You always used to love a
Willie
bowler.
jokes coming up though.
You always used to love a bowler, didn't you, when he used to go off? You loved that as captain, didn't you?
Yeah, batsmen never go off, but bowlers do. And the third thing that's changed in the game, fine leg is no longer fine. Fine leg has gone behind square. So any tickle down the leg side will go away for 4. It's a good position that though. Sometimes captains, I think it's Ryan Sidebottom, they sort of hedge their bets and go in between. So they sort of move Ryan Sidebottom between fine leg and square leg. And he neither does one nor t'other. At least on this occasion, Gale has said, right, we'll give them the real fine tickle, but you will protect the shorter boundary down the hill.
I was listening to you on Saturday, and you said about taking fine leg out. Rob Key, sensible. Can't do that. I think you did it to me in a test match here. Let's take fine leg out. I agree with that, having a square one. I think you can't protect the poor delivery. That at least, if there's a hook as well. And if he's bowling the right lines, it should go squarer anyway. The right lines just outside that off stump.
Just there. I think he'd have come round from fine leg anyway.
But I do agree, looking back on it now as a bowler, I think it shouldn't affect you. It did, and it affected me. Bowling without a fine leg, all of a sudden it puts you in that negative frame that you've got to bowl wider. Why? You don't have to bowl wider, but for some reason when you take it out, it's like that defensive mechanism. You go into that worrying that it's going to go down there. And although I probably would have looked at you as captain and thought, what are you doing, Nas? You were actually, I hate saying this, you were probably right. You were ahead of your time.
Absolutely.
But I was talking just before lunch to Rob, and as a bowler, you've just got to do little things now and again, just to try and affect the batsman if you can.
Where would you be now, over the wicket or round the wicket? Dom, it's not swinging that much, is it? Two left-handers, why would you choose? Tell a youngish bowler out there, Why would you choose over or round?
Well, I think you use over and round to create angles. I know Duncan Fletcher was big about any right-arm bowler going around because it gets the ball out of the eyesight of the left-handed batsman, hence why he's now coming over. I was trying to drag him over, and then come over the wicket and see whether he adjusts.
109 for 4.
So to answer your question on over or around, it depends on situations and how strong they are. If somebody like, I don't know, Moeen Ali, sometimes if you go across him can nick the ball to slips because his strength can be his weakness. He wants to hit it through the offside. So I would generally, stay over and try and go away from Moeen Ali. And if it's not swinging, somebody who is strong through the leg side, maybe round, create an angle and try and go away from him. But there's one thing you've got to always remember, any young bowler out there, that you work with your captain, set the field and try and bowl to that field. We talk about consistency. Anybody, whether you're playing with a proper cricket ball, a hard one, or a tennis ball, whatever it is, you're coming into the game. It's just about trying to repeat your action, repeat the line and the length. And that's what makes some of these bowlers world-class bowlers, because they can do it day in, day out.
Willie off the field and now into the attack. Change of ends. Bowled from the nursery end. He moves up the pavilion end, which I think will suit him. The other thing Yorkshire shouldn't be afraid to do, even though they've won the toss and they've got 4 wickets, give their off spinner Rafiq a little go as well. Pitches have been spinning of late. This pitch here at Lord's has spun a little bit of late. Just have a look at him. If it doesn't do anything, you can go back to one of your 5-seamers.
Yeah, I agree with Rafiq as well. Because of 2 left-handers as well, we saw someone who's at the top of his game, didn't we, Saturday for Warwickshire. Jeetan Patel bowled beautifully in that Royal London final. Different surface. That one was a glued surface. I heard Nick Knight and Charles Colville talking about glue and what sort of glue it was. It's called PVA. It's normal glue. You can buy it from any hardware store. You spray it on, let it dry. I heard Nick say, well, how does Dominic know that? Well, fortunately enough, I was actually with the Derbyshire groundsman at the time, so that's how I knew. But this surface, if you look at this surface to that surface, it's obviously not as bare. But with the footholds there now that are being caused by the 2 left armers in the side bottom and Willie, that's going to affect the right-handers, but also from that end, the left-handers. So with 2 left-handers now, and if Rafiq bowled from the pavilion end, so that's from Brooks and Patterson. Round about there, let's see whether he can get it into the footholds and see whether it just naturally turns off because of the slope. Not many wickets, though, has he, this year? He's only played 5 games. Rafiq, 2 wickets. What would you do here?
I'd have a little look at the off spinner with 2 left-handers. Otherwise, you get a bit one-paced and one-dimensional. Also, a pitch you just sit in on. Seamers in particular. 4 wickets haven't come from blasting the opposition. They've almost come just from nowhere. Suddenly a wicket comes. Get one more. The Oppo 120 for 5. Your decision to bowl first is a good one. There's no harm in giving your offie just a couple of overs. Nelson, 111 for 4. Five seamers, done a good job. Brooks with the wicket, side bottom with a lot of control. Willie with the wicket as well. Big week in the county championship in both divisions. Top two playing here. Somerset are playing Nottinghamshire, going really well. 165 for 2. Rogers has 76. Hildreth is hobbling around. He's 50 not out. Warwickshire, look at that. Warwickshire, Lancashire. That could be a relegation game depending what happens. Hampshire, Durham. 105 for 5, the Bears. Hampshire 188 for 2. Smith has 78. That's a good nut. That is a good nut. Nelson nearly striking.
Well, that's what he's trying to do, to drag him outside off stump even more, both Simpson and Gubbins, and make them play at balls. They don't really have to play it. Look how wide that is. But because he gets it to go up the slope, drags him into playing.
Let's have a look at the Specsavers County Championship Div 2. Gloucester 60 for 5. Contested toss, so Sussex doing the right thing there, having a little bowl and getting 5 wickets. Rain, wet outfield, I think that is, at Canterbury. Leicester, what a struggle it's been of late for Leicestershire. It's 96 all out. Glamorgan 16 for 1. One more game there. Worcestershire 124 for 2 against Derbyshire. And a proud day for Dominic Cork there. His boy making his first-class debut. Dom, do you know how he's going?
Yeah, well, 5 overs at the moment. 2 maidens with his first 2 overs. Keep asking Rich and looking on the phone to see exactly. Yeah, he's happy to be involved.
42 overs gone here, 111 for 4. Are you a nervous watcher of your boy? Do you feel it?
Terrible. I'm feeling it now. I felt a bit nervous as soon as I was told. I knew he was going to play. Richard told me. When he made his T20 debut, I was told he wasn't playing. It was at Durham. It was a live game on Sky. And Nick Knight, I turned on, he was interviewing Greg. And I literally couldn't move from the TV. I think it was Phil Mustard who hit him for about 12 in his first overs. I was throwing my shoes at the TV and everything. Terrible watcher. Terrible. But I'm glad for him. It's been a difficult season for him. He's had a few little health issues that he's had to get over, which he's done really well. And he's, over the last 2 or 3 weeks, he's captained the second team, wickets and runs. So good luck to him. Hope he does well. Just enjoy it. You know what it's like. Just try and enjoy it.
Guessing that must be the first father-son combination to play for Derbyshire. 2 Corks in first-class cricket. Rich tells us that there has been a Derbyshire father-son combination. The Bestwicks, what were they called, Rich? Billy Bestwick and Robert Bestwick played for Derbyshire in 1800s, early 1900s, last two. Taken over by the Corks. Only thing I've noticed with Gubbins, occasionally his head goes a little bit too far and he gets squared up. Maybe to do with the slope, but if someone just nibbles it and goes across him, it's the only technical thing I've seen, and he looks very organised. His head goes a long way across and it just sort of opens him up, but not a lot else.
And that's, as a bowler, something you need to pick up on very, very early on to see if there's any little weaknesses. So what do you do if you're David Willey and you see somebody who perhaps now and again falls over? So he's getting the wrong side of the ball. I think you probably use the crease more than anything else. Because he's seeing the ball out of the hand, you try and create a little bit of the angle. So it's just slightly going wider to make him play more at balls that he doesn't want to play at because he's so far across.
Tried it out there, well left, 113 for 4.
But you know what it's like, you know, to step up again. You get into first-class cricket and you make a home for yourself there, but then it's going that one step further to international cricket where the challenges are there because the attacks are more consistent, there's more pace. Technically, you've got to be sound. And there's a lot of analysts out there who will do work on new players that come into international cricket, and they'll know all that. They'll see that Gubbins has been the standout player this year for Middlesex with the batting. Where are his weaknesses? Where are we going to look to hone in and try and get him out early on?
It would have been an interesting selection meeting, wouldn't it? Who's going to open the batting with Alistair Cook? How do you separate? Hamid, age 19, over 1,000 runs. Jennings, well over 1,000 runs, over 1,500 runs for Durham. This lad, Gubbins, 1,100 runs for Middlesex. Maybe a little bit of Duckett as well. He is an opening option. How in a selection meeting do you decide which one's the right one? For the first time for a while, they've had 3 or 4 options. They've gone, obviously, with Hamid, and they've gone with Duckett to a degree. I know he does bat 3, but he could be an opening option. 1,253 runs. They'd know him because Ashley Giles, who's a selector, would have seen a lot of Hamid. Angus Fraser would have seen a lot of Gubbins. Character, I guess, not just the runs we see, but who they got their runs against, what was the situation. Hamid got 200s in the game in the Roses match against Yorkshire. First Lancastrian ever to do that.
So come Bangladesh, Test match starts, Chittagong. Who are you going with?
I think it'll actually happen before that. I think Alistair Cook's going out a week early to get the preparation in because he's coming back during 1 or 2 of the warm-up games. Because his wife is giving birth to their 2nd kid. So in those warm-up games, 1 or 2, Duckett and Hamid may well open together. And they may decide then. 2 completely different players. I mean, one is old school Hamid, one is Atherton, old-fashioned Lancashire opening batsman, over my dead body, bat for your life. Duckett, modern style, hit 360. I think he said in an interview the other day, someone bowls me a half volley first ball, I'm going to hit it for 4.
So with that, what you're saying, it's really a shoot-off of who looks and gets used to conditions quicker.
you never know with selectors. They might have already said we're going with Hamid. You just never know. I mean, Hamid is a more orthodox opening batsman, but you know, if Duckett goes out there, plays in the warm-up games and smashes it everywhere, which he could do the form that he's in, then you'd give him first go. Could be another maiden for Patterson. 113 for 4.
So how important, just to finish off on the opening partnership of who will be Alistair Cook's opening partner between Hamid and Duckett, how important that they get off to a good start in Bangladesh because of how the ball will get older and the wickets perhaps starting to spin a bit more.
Willie to continue, 8 overs, 1 for 29.
I'll make this question simpler. Is it important to get off to a good start, a quick start in Bangladesh? Hence, you may go Duckett.
No, I think if you ask an England fan of late, you know, since Strauss, they've tried a variety of options with a variety of theories. We need 2 of our top 3 to be attacking. We need someone to be attacking with Cook, etc. I think what England just need is someone to be successful and get runs. So it doesn't matter if Hamid takes his time. Does he get runs? Cook gets runs, playing his own tempo. Just get runs as an opening batsman with Cook. England have struggled with that. But going to India, Hamid and Cook can't just be plodding along and the pitch is going to turn, and you're plodding along when it's the best time of batting and Ashwin is getting loose and you've gone nowhere. But I hear from Hamid that he is not just a one-dimensional blocker. I hear he can play his shots, but he chooses not to because of the situation he's in. We shall see. Oh, that died on the pitch and was squirted away through 4th slip for 4.
Yeah, it's frustration for David Willey. Short ball that Simpson tries to punch. Yeah, you're right, it does die. Really close, aren't they? Tight together, the 3 slips. A lot of room.
Well, you often get an edge because of lateral movement. That was more off the toe end of the bat because it grubbed a little bit. Just didn't go anywhere, and it was toe-ended through gully or 4th slip for 4. .118 for 4. .118 for 4. Gubbins has 63. Simpson 7. Change up here. Rob and Charles.
Thanks, Nas. An hour into the afternoon session. Middlesex fighting hard to get up towards their first bonus point. Three down at lunch. They lost one wicket after lunch. Eskenazi bowled by Jack Brooks. And, Gubbins and Simpson trying to get them up to 200 at least to start with. That'll be the first bonus point. No ball. Elsewhere around the country, an hour in, what's going on? Somerset 173 for 2, Rogers on 80. Very important game, that one, of course, because if Somerset can win that and win it well, they'll put so much pressure on these two sides here. It'll mean we'll have to have a positive result if either of these two sides are going to win it. Warwickshire are sweating on the drop at the moment at 114 for 5, especially with the news that Hampshire are 206 for 2. As far as the relegation battle is concerned, Warwickshire, Lancashire and Durham are the three, Hampshire rather, are the three that are in the drop zone. Lancashire look as though they will probably survive, but if Hampshire win, and Warwickshire, winners here of course at Lord's on Saturday, will be really twitchy. Now, oh, do you know, I thought he'd nick that.
A swing after the ball went past the bat. That's why keepers sometimes, they always, well, they say often that this is a really tough place to keep because of this. As it goes past the bat, it just swings late, starts wobbling all over the place, and you just watch and think, well, how's he missed that? But actually, the ball just darts around. Hod on that occasion does well.
Good half stop, and they don't get a run as a result. Good work in the covers. Gary Balance, and I think that's Andrew Gale who finished it off.
Yeah, the pressure continues to build when you've got a bowler and you've got a partnership going as they are. Patterson and Willie, you just need to stop everything so you just don't get that pressure release for the batsman. Simpson now 7 of 43 balls. Only Gubbins really has found any sort of flow. Even he's only at a strike rate of 51. Not been easy. So we're going back to that. So Hampshire in a way, Durham are the only team in all of this who have very little to play for. I suppose they're safe and it's just effectively is as it is the last game of the year, whereas Lancashire have got to be right on their mettle. The same obviously with Warwickshire. Durham have just got a game with very little on it, I suppose, apart from personal glory for runs and trying to win another game of cricket.
Edged away for 4. Not sure it was meant to go down there to a fairly square third man. There's nobody down there, so it's away. It means that all that terrific work that Balance did in the covers to stop the 4 kind of slightly wasted because they get 6-7 off the over anyway.
Yeah, maybe Patterson will think it's a victory for him, but Simpson will feel better. Not exactly where he wanted it to go, but it's a boundary. It hurts to hit a boundary. All that pressure that's built up where you just want to get your score going. That just gives you a little bit of breathing space.
We saw when we were just checking out the scores around the country as Willie starts a new over from the pavilion end. But Somerset are going nicely against Nottinghamshire. 2 men out, Trescothick and Abel, which means that it's Hildreth and Chris Rogers who are batting and getting them into a strong position. But Hildreth has hurt his foot, got hit on the foot by a Yorker. And as a result, he's got a runner. Now, the laws say that if you have a runner, it has to be somebody who's batted already in the game, if at all possible. So there would have been an interesting discussion in the Somerset dressing room.
That would have been a short discussion.
Marcus Trescothick, the first man out, or Tom Abel, who's going to go out and run?
I know who I want. Poor old Trez. Imagine him standing there full kit, having to run.
More runs, another boundary. Back with a square off the offside. This time it's Gubbins who goes to 68.
Yeah, a deliberate shot. It wasn't a bad ball. It wasn't that wide. It was just, if anything, a fraction short. But this is where the pitch has been slow at the start, but it's probably getting even slower. And that danger of just a little bit of nip and bounce might be going. And Gubbins feels that he can just put his hands through the line of the ball. That's why he's been good, because he can put the bowler under pressure. David Willey misses his mark by just a bit, and he gets a boundary.
Well, they've somehow scrambled 2 there. That's great running. 2 leg byes.
So the other thing about Trescothick, when you go back to him, right, he would be the type of bloke, as great a player as he is, he's got his own stand down at taunt and everything. If you ask him to run, he would have no question whatsoever. He would just whack his pads on and away he go. You ask a lot of other people, me included, nope.
Well, it's just as well there were 2 men out, because it could be that he would had to have gone out and run if the injury had come to a batsman number 3.
Coming for me, pal.
Just to put the running to bed. If you're no wickets down, if one of the opener gets injured and you have to have a runner out there, anybody can run.
Yeah, I imagine I don't think it's ever happened to me. You probably take someone who's not going to have to get his pads on anytime soon, so you're down to the bowlers.
Oh, yeah.
Which isn't ideal either. 47 gone, 133 for 4.
So the decision to insert by Yorkshire starting to look a good decision, a bad decision? What sort of decision at this stage?
I don't think it's a bad one yet. The 133 for 4. Gubbins has been the standout. They'll feel that, all right, Franklin can bat, but then they're into the bowlers, so they'll just want 1 or 2 more wickets. Gubbins, obviously, you want him out. So far, it's not too bad. The factor that they have to put in is that their batting, they've weakened their batting to strengthen their bowling. You can see the 5 seamers there. Haven't even seen the spinner yet. So that's 6 out-and-out bowlers, albeit Bresnan is a very good batsman. But that's where the big calls come, in the fact that they've gone in a batter light. You think Tim Bresnan number 5. Then you've got Andrew Hodd, David Willey, who's a very capable batsman, all of them. But you'd all say they're probably 1 too high.
And the other thing is the Yorkshire upper order has not been exactly firing on all cylinders of late.
No, you've got Lees and Lyth, who have had very good years, both with 1,000 runs. Then the others not so much, and that they often at times, and especially in the years gone by, if the batters have struggled, it's the bowlers that have got them out of trouble with the bat. People like Rashid.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Liam Plunkett, I think, is averaging around 40 this year with the bat, with maybe 500 runs, something like that. So at times when you get Yorkshire in trouble, they were able to bat a long way down. Not so much now. Rafiq, who can bat, but not in the same class as a Rashid or players they've had in the past, or Bresnan obviously coming in a bit later than number 5. That's where this game's going to get really interesting, when Yorkshire come to bat.
And should Somerset win down there in Taunton, and it, judging by the way that Patel is getting through the overs, it is obviously going to spin, and Somerset have put all their eggs in the Leach basket. But the minute Somerset win, then this game just gets, the pressure here at Lord's gets even more and more racked up.
Even before that, I think, that as soon as Somerset get to 400, if they do, they're looking like getting there at the minute. They need full points. Then all of a sudden the draw, if I'm right, might not be enough for Middlesex. Back to the fiendish Sudoku, trying to work out what everything is.
Okay, let's go through it again. Middlesex can win the title with a maximum bonus points and a draw once Somerset drop 2 bonus points.
So they get 400, then they're not going to drop any points, because you'd think they're going to get the 3 bowling points.
Yeah, they would ideally, Middlesex to have the option of the draw, would ideally like Somerset bowled out for under 350. Because that takes out 2 batting points, and we're assuming that they're going to pick up full bowling points.
No, as you say, Rogers now 83, Hildreth 60, so 2 batsmen, very good batsmen in, 183 for 2.
So once this game here at Lord's becomes a must-win game for both sides, then it really does get interesting to see how Franklin in particular, who 133 for 4, who you would imagine will be thinking about possibly having to make a declaration or something like that, what sort of target he would be setting on the last day. I know it's miles and miles away, but it just makes the whole game extra fascinating.
Well, exactly, and that was, I think, one of the reasons why Yorkshire inserted. They said, right, we won't have a toss, we'll have a bowl, because it gives them 2 bites at it. They nip a few out early and they get well ahead of the game that way. They don't, and Middlesex bat well, but Somerset win all of these things, then they might feel they get another chance with Middlesex declaring.
But the thing is, you would have thought that Middlesex can set Yorkshire a really stiff target, knowing that Yorkshire have to go for it come what may.
Yeah, correct. If they don't get to that 400, or they don't get their full points, and Somerset look like getting the full points win, and they then need to force a result, they can't go into complete safety if they have that chance. They might have to just give themselves enough time. If there's rain around, anything like that. It's actually hurting my brain trying to work out all these different things.
And the minute Somerset win, Yorkshire can't come a second, I don't think. And if Somerset win, then and Yorkshire win, Yorkshire will win the title. If Somerset win, a draw would mean Yorkshire have to come 3rd. So it's not as even as if they could block it out for the prize money.
I get the feeling as well they're just going to go for it. I think they quite like the position they're in, where they just say, no, we're here to play, we're here to win. Middlesex, it's slightly more complicated, that a draw might be enough for them, they don't know, and obviously they'll say, no, we're fine, we're just looking to win the game, as you would do, but Yorkshire's pretty straightforward, they just have to be positive.
Bresnan in a new spell here, opens up with 2 dots. I had a text Very rare for me to understand how that all arrives and things.
Very 2000s, having a text.
Well, I think that's quite an advanced state for me. I have had a text asking me, well, no, from Martin Tyler, the football correspondent, football commentator over on Sky Sports 1, saying in football, if you wear anything underneath your shirt, it has to be the same colour as the shirt. Why would that not be the case for Bresnan out there with his arm all bandaged up? Should that not be white as opposed to blue? That could be off-putting, Martin said. And I said I would ask a man who knows the answer.
I have no idea. I don't think so, actually.
Oh! It's a bandage, that's the reason. It's not an undershirt.
So of all the things he could have asked you, all the different scenarios that could have come up in this game, he's asked you, why has he got a different colour bandage?
Well, he's obviously listened to everything else we've done and he's happy with everything we've given him, but he didn't know the answer to that one. You want to argue with Martin Tyler, one of the most respected broadcasters in sports history? You carry on, Rob.
I'm not arguing with him, I'm just questioning why that's an issue. 1-3-3 for 4.
Twenty overs gone in this session. Not exactly a lightning scoring rate, but Middlesex quite happy just to work their way into a position of strength. Now, Tim Robinson will have been on tenterhooks the whole time that Steve Patterson is bowling from his end, because just look at the way Patterson gets really close with his back foot to the return crease. If he touches that return crease with that back foot, no ball. And he gets really tight.
He's like a bowling machine, though, isn't he? You look at that, it's just the same bang, just metronomic. Martin Tyler like his cricket, doesn't he?
He is a huge cricket fan. Was a flatmate, was at school with, and then a flatmate with Bob Willis. Was a flatmate when Bob Willis got the call up in 1970-71 to go to Australia. Martin tells the story of how in their flat they used to have goalkeeping practice, because Bob was a keeper in those days, so would dive around on the sofa, and Martin, who was obviously a very keen footballer, trying to slot them past Big Bob. And then I think when Bob moved out, I think I'm right in saying, or he might have been there at the same time, Jeff Howarth moved in.
Who's his team? County team.
Well, he's a proper man. He's a Surrey man.
Bob get anywhere as a football goalie? Was he any good?
Yeah, very good. Kept goal and was a goalkeeper for Corinthian Casuals, I think. He told the story in the programme we made about him, which was shown earlier in the summer. How he was always a keen footballer, but the school he went to, the Royal Grammar School at Guildford, was a rugby school, so he was put in the scrum, which he hated. So I hated rugby then, I hate it now, Charles. So he got his retribution in the summer by bowling very quick at all the rugby thugs who'd made his life a misery in the winter. End of another over, 50 gone now in this innings, 133 for 4.
Excellent.
Bresnan to continue from the pavilion end. 60 overs to go for Middlesex to get bonus points and for Yorkshire to get bonus points in this first innings.
Continues to line it up really well, Gubbins. That's just a little bit of shape across him from Bresnan. Bowling, so the slope, it's going to go away. That's the way he's going to feel. What's one across? The end of play is baffling. I might have actually got that.
Be a couple on there. Incidentally, talking of cricketers playing other sports, as we were with Bob Willis and his goalkeeping, now that you've retired from cricket, Robert, I presume you're going to be back playing hockey again, are you, for Beckenham Vets?
Oh, I can't. I turned up for Canterbury because I live down there now last year, and a friend of mine said, would I come and play in the fours? I was a proper player. I was retired on a hat-trick in the Southern Premier, Beckenham first team. And on the coldest, wettest, windiest day, I sat on the bench for the whole game. So I refuse ever to play for Canterbury ever again.
4 more to Gubbins.
I could play fourth team hockey in my sleep. I should not have been on the bench for an entire game.
So you're not playing hockey sheerly through a fit of pique?
No, not for Canterbury.
So you are available?
They didn't put me in the fours. How can I not play in the fours? That's four. That's one, two, three, 4 teams, and I can't get in that. The next is the fifths. That's ridiculous.
They may have looked at your fitness levels.
No, I don't care. I can just ghost up front all day long in fourth team hockey.
Now, ghost, that's ghost.
And like Kaiser Soze, I just turn up and just score goals. Like that. He's gone.
So I repeat, are you playing hockey this year?
Why is Comcam on all the time?
Well, they want to see whether you're ghosting in and out of shot or not.
It hurts me feet.
Oh, goodness.
I tell you a game, golf. That's a game. The ball keep low anyway. No, just skids through a bit quicker than he thought. Rare player miss. Kept a little bit low, doesn't carry at all through to Hod.
that.
139 for 4. Batsman having a chat. Batsmen a go. Robson, Compton, Malan and Eskenazi. To come, Franklin, Roland Jones, Rayner, Finn and Murtagh. Lots been made of what a strong seam attack this is that Yorkshire have out today, but Middlesex's isn't exactly shoddy. Murtagh, Finn, Roland Jones.
Looking forward to seeing Toby Roland Jones. Played against him a few years ago and must have kicked on a lot because he was a good bowler back then. He's now what, 28, was in one of the England squads, wasn't he? One of the test squads early on in the summer. Be a handful on this type of surface. Tim Murtagh the same, been allowed to play. Ireland have given him the clearance.
It's good to see that Ireland decided that it was appropriate for Tim Murtagh to have a go, but sad maybe in a way that Johnny Bairstow couldn't get dispensation from the ECB, even though he was keen to play and felt fit and refreshed, but hasn't got a game. Mind you, where would he have got in this side? Who would they have dropped? Which
Johnny Bairstow?
Well, yeah, but who are they going to drop? They're going to drop the captain, who would have had to have dropped himself, wouldn't he?
Just swap the keeper.
That's a good point. That's a very good point, Robert. You see, that's why you ghost in and out with brilliant wisdom.
But you're right. Straight away, you've got a stronger side, haven't you? Because then you probably have Bairstow at 5, Tim Bresnan 6. And Tim Bresnan's a fine batsman now. Even though he's coming towards the back end of his career, he's still got a fair amount of cricket left. I thought in one-day cricket, he was in probably one of the toughest places to bat, number 5 or 6. He came in, I thought he was outstanding in the 50-over competition. His batting has got better and better. But still, put Bairstow, then Bresnan, David Willey, Rafiq, he's got a good lineup.
One ball to go in the 52nd over of this innings. Still no sign of any spin. All these seamers pounding away, but nothing from Azim Rafiq as yet.
Well, as you say, it looks like he might. He's either trying to tell the captain he wants to come on, or he's coming on pretty soon. I think that would be the right call. You can have lots and lots of seamers in your team, but actually just have a look. You can't hurt. Just have a look at this end that Patterson is bowling from. A couple of left-handers, few foot marks. You never know. Just think it's worth having a look. 52 gone, 139 for 4.
Patterson's figures are now beginning to look pretty tasty. 13 overs, 7 maidens, 0 for 25. Latest news from Taunton is that Somerset are 198 for 2, 2 runs away from their first batting bonus point. It's another 4 to Gubbins. He's into the 80s. Rogers, by the way, into the 90s down at Taunton.
Another run down to third man. Full shot, but a productive area for left-handers. We've got a third man coming in. Deep cover is now coming into third man.
The lack of a third man is a very common complaint from all commentators I've ever worked with. When you were captain, did you have a third man the whole time?
No, I didn't. Oh. That's well bowled. You can take one out from the leg side with this angle and get in that. Take out sort of mid-wicket and put in another catcher about a 4th or 5th slip. Used to have there was a fella on one of our members at Kent who used to complain every year or every meeting meet the coach, and chairman of cricket used to complain all the time about the fact I very rarely had a third man. He was absolutely right. I just opted for more slips or something, but...
Well, the third man has been dispensed with. He's come up to third slip.
See, someone like Shane Warne would always say, as a captain, I thought he was an outstanding captain, Shane Warne, especially from a tactical point of view, and he always used to set more aggressive fields. And you say you've got to put your bowlers under pressure to bowl to them. Tim Bresnan now probably feels that he's got enough rhythm and enough control, and his plan of going across the left-hander is in enough form to get in an extra catcher. So one thing with this red ball, more so than a Kookaburra or any other ball, whether it was the Tiflex ball, you could really get a shine on it all the way through. 52 overs gone, and you just buff it up a little bit and you should get a bit out of it.
Partnership between Gubbins and Simpson worth 46.
He's bowling well, Bresnan. Just get that mid-wicket out. Well, you've got fine legs probably out of the game with the way that he's bowling, but just in case he wants to try and bring one back, that mid-wicket, take him out, put him in another slip.
Four off the over. It's 143 for 4. Still 11 overs to go till tea, but we'll have a change up here. Dominic's with Paul.
Thanks, Charles. Still doing a bit for Steve Patterson. Past the outside edge. Gone past the outside, the inside edge. Simpson still grafting away. 11 from 64 deliveries. Couple of fours. They're running into a bit of a war of attrition this, into the 54th over, 143 for 4. The Yorkshire seamers continue to peg away. Talking of pegging away, Dominic, you'd be pegging away on here, wouldn't you?
Well, yes, you've got to in the position they're in, and so it could be theirs at the end of this game, the possibility of winning the championship again. Yorkshire for Middlesex for the first time, 93. You've just got to keep working hard. Forget the frustrations of beating the bat. Just realise that you're just one ball away. And when I say one ball away from a breakthrough and then opening up an end, even though James Franklin due to come in next, and then Roland Jones. I think 2 wickets, all of a sudden it just changes. Yes, Gubbins on at 80. Get him out, even better.
I wouldn't say it's a fragile tale, but it's you're into the bowlers basically after breaking this partnership. Franklin an all-rounder, Roland Jones getting better with the bat. But it's enough to give Yorkshire hope that one more wicket may just open up an end.
He's averaged 43 this year, though. Franklin, high score of 99, 563 runs. So you'd say as an all-round, he's a batting all-rounder, isn't he?
Yeah, Davies still on his crossword there. Must be running out of ink by now.
One thing I've been surprised at, that we've not seen any spin yet. I think we've seen still a little bit of movement, but maybe just a few overs just to have a look at an off spinner against two left-handed batsmen.
Well, yeah, I agree. Rob Key was saying that just before we came on. That we'll have a look. .143 for 4. 6 maidens in his last 7 overs for Patterson, so accuracy personified. And Dominic, you're going to get your wish. Rafiq coming on to bowl some off spin from the pavilion end, so the slope will help him turn the ball away from the left-handers. Oh, he's thrown us a dummy. He's just taking his sweater off, must be getting warm out there. Maybe it is a precursor to bowling a few overs before tea, but not yet. Still bowling with 3 slips, Tim Bresnan. 3 other fielders on the offside, but no third man. Thick edge just rushes away down to third man. Just leant on that and eased it through the covers.
Yeah, good timing. 50 partnership as well between Gubbins and Simpson. And once you get it past the infield, races away. Maybe just fell over a little bit again. But he's on to 84 now, Gubbins. Averaged 81 in the first innings for Middlesex this year, Gubbins. Just under 20 in the second innings. Locked down to third man now, is just picking up on the fact they've not had a third man for a while. Gubbins and Middlesex getting a lot of runs down towards that area. What were you like as a bowler? Would you have put a third man down a little bit earlier? I was always a believer that keep it empty as long as possible.
Well, you are. Well, I didn't like going for run. I reckon the majority of times the ball goes down to third man, the bowler's done his job. He's got a thick outside edge. I don't see why a batsman should benefit by 4 runs every time that happens. So I'd prefer to have a third man. It's a bit of an old argument now about why would you have a fine leg down there. The third man may be a more valuable man, especially bowling to left-handers here at Lords with the slope taking the ball away from them. The right-arm bowler slanting the ball across. Everything's telling you that the ball's going to go away on the offside. So you could take away that fine leg, but some bowlers will tell you then you can't do it. You then bowl too wide of off stump to be effective. 4 off the over. 147 for 4.
Yeah, 50 partnership. 29 deliveries between Gubbins and Simpson. And remember that Middlesex were asked to bat first. An uncontested toss that meant that Yorkshire opted to bowl first. He teased us the over before, And he's now into the attack from the nursery end. So a little bit similar to Jeetan Patel on Saturday for the Royal London final. He bowled from the nursery end as well. Let's see if he gets any turn early on.
Well, he'll be trying to turn the ball up the slope, so maybe that's what he wants to do. Many off spinners would want to bowl from the pavilion end and try and turn the ball down the hill. So Rafiq electing to bowl from the nursery end. Looks like he's going to have 2 close catches. Lee's under the helmet, that short leg, and a slip will be in as well.
Sorry, Simo. Thank you. Come on here, Oh,
Well, it'll be interesting to see if there's any spin in this pitch. I had a look at the surface this morning. There were no cracks, no real signs of wear at all. Just a decent covering of grass.
Oh, that is a nice start.
Listening to Jeetan Patel after that win, Warwickshire in that Royal London, he talked about off spinners and knowing the pace, understanding what pitch is about and what pace is good for the pitch.
Oh!
Well, it's a good start, 3 balls, good rhythm, decent pace, no spin. It's an excellent length and a good line as well. Late dab from Simpson. It's nicely played. It's a shot that wicket keepers play to great effect. The late cut brings him 4 and the 150's up.
Yeah, wide delivery, wasn't it? Poor delivery really for by Rafiq into his first over. There to be hit. Goes back and cuts it. Back cut, isn't it?
Lovely,
now
lovely,
then.
Raf.
Just a little bit quicker, a little bit fuller, and Simpson defeated by that.
Nice, Raf. A little edge on that, please, Raf.
Yeah, good piece of bowling. You say fuller. Tighter line.
Oh, yes, Raf. Yes, mate.
What's going on with the arm and down the leg side, but an encouraging start for Rafiq. 151 for 4. Things moving at pace around the country at Taunton. 4 through extra cover. Brings up 100 for the Somerset captain, Chris Rogers. His 75th 100 in first-class cricket. Bonus points too at Edgbaston. 1 more bowling point for Lancashire and another one down at the Aegeus Bowl for Hampshire, who are batting first. So Somerset 209 for 2 down at Taunton Rogers. We've just seen him go to 100. Hildreth 68. Warwickshire 145 for 6, having been put into bat by Lancashire. And down at the Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire also put into bat. 253 for 3, going great guns down there. Hampshire, of course, need to win really to stand a chance of staying up. And Lancashire and Warwickshire will contest probably if Hampshire win, they'll be contesting the other relegation spot. Ooh, nasty. Where's that come from? Leapt off a good length. And Nick Gubbins says, well bowled to Tim Bresnan, who probably knew that he had bowled a decent ball.
Yeah, bounces. So a little bit early on, didn't we, from Ryan's side bottom bounce. He also just goes down the slope, doesn't it?
Going for that leg stump there, Bresnan. Gubbins goes way, way across to the offside. I think if you're going to do that, you've got to bowl it full. You've got to just try and bowl Yorker length. Nothing short from Bresnan when he's been bowling at the left-handers. Good length, I suppose. The line's been decent as well.
I like the plan as well, because you talked to the over before about taking fine leg out, or they have now. So fine leg has disappeared. Instead of going to third man, they put a deep cover out, and the third slip has now gone to like a gully. Hence why perhaps now Gubbins is trying to get further across to work it into that leg side.
Yeah, Pooh.
Just like that. Not going to go for 4, this one. Quite a deliberate ploy from Gubbins to get over to the offside and work the ball away.
Different field for Simpson. Fine leg in place now. No deep cover. 3 slips in place, so just a little change with the 2 left-handers.
Oh, now then, gone. Just stood there and let it hit his pad, Simpson. Completely deceived by that from Bresnan. I'm not quite sure why he just stood there and let it hit his pad, but he has done. I don't think Simpson knows really what happened there. Much mirth amongst the Yorkshire fielders and bowlers. It's another wicket for them.
Well, whether this is just he lost his concentration, whether he thought the ball was just going to go past his pad, I just don't understand where that came from. All of a sudden, a ball that was straight, just missed it, walked, didn't even wait for Rob Bailey to give him out. Big wicket for Yorkshire, they needed that. And a good little innings comes to the end. John Simpson goes for 15, 154 for 5 Middlesex.
Middlesex captain James Franklin coming in now. I think he knew when we were out there at the time the toss was due to take place that this was going to be hard work today when Yorkshire asked Middlesex to bat first. He's here now at number 7. Good all-rounder, James Franklin, captaining the side this year. And Simpson has just had a brain freeze there. The ball just clipping off stump, but it was the manner of leaving the ball that made it look so plump. Couldn't believe it. Bresnan. Simpson walked off. He knew when he got hit on the pad that that was nothing other than out. Last ball of the over it was.
Oh, what a lovely pace, Raf.
Gubbins still there, unmoved on 87.
This is now for Yorkshire just the moment, isn't it, where you think now perhaps can we now build on that wicket that Bresnan has got? Could we get 2?
Oh, get lazy, you're big in there, mate.
And I think all of a sudden now, pressure now just built a little bit more on Gubbins, who's played beautifully, hasn't he, for his 87.
A little tickle. Gonna run away for 4.
Well, both keeper and bowler went a half up there, didn't they? We've seen it throughout Gubbins' innings that he plays balls off his stumps. This has to hold. Remember the slope, does it hold? No, I don't think it does.
It's got that heavy head to you there, Raf. You're all right here, Raf. Yes, that is class, Rafa. That is class, mate.
You talk about moments in games, and if you're a Yorkshire fan, I talk about this is the moment because of what we talked about, perhaps the tail end now, Roland Jones, reign of Finn Murtagh.
Lovely, Rafa. I'm loving that.
They now have the opportunity. Remember that toss was uncontested this morning. The reports said it's going to be sunny tomorrow, probably the best time to bat. Now is the time of as a team. Just get that pressure, build that pressure.
Great mixing. Great set, Raf.
The probing over from Rafiq, 158 for 5. Let's have another look at that last LBW from Bresnan. He bowled 4 overs and 5 balls at Gubbins in this spell. That was the first ball he bowled at Simpson. And Simpson intent on leaving it, obviously, and just getting it all wrong. The ball clipping, being shown to clip off stump. First ball in 5 overs. Maybe Simpson was standing at the non-striker's end, thinking, well, when I get down to his end, I'm just going to leave it. Anyway, you can think about that as he waits for his tea to arrive in the dressing room now. Bresnan to continue, and why not?
Well, a consideration now for Andrew Gale is, does he stick with Rafiq? What are we, 3 overs, 2.5 overs away from tea? Or does he then bring back maybe a side bottom or a Brooks? Does he bring them back with Franklin? So there's actually 5.4 overs left till tea. So, yeah, I think this could be a good decision. Go with Brooks. Now's the time. Don't leave it till after tea. Now is the time. Franklin fresh.
A good little period then, this for Yorkshire. Overs to go till tea and getting the breakthrough. Just wonder whether Middlesex should bat with a little bit more purpose, to have gone into their shells a little bit, apart from Gubbins, really. Franklin always wants to express himself, but he's a nervous starter. For a big man, he doesn't get very far forward. A sorry looking card without Gubbins' contribution. 15 balls for Naught, Robson, 24 balls for 8, Compton. Malan was going okay, Eskenazi going slower, and Simpson even slower still.
Plus the fact that Gubbins was dropped on 22, it could have been a lot worse for that changing room and that balcony. Gubbins sticking it together, really.
$158 for 5.
Right turn round the wicket. Third man. Round the wicket.
Should be a captain, Dominic. You were asking the question. I don't know whether it was rhetorically or not, but whether Rafiq should stay on. Gale has gone to his premium bowler now, premium in terms of taking wickets anyway. Jack Brooks 3 under his belt already today, with a little burst before tea.
And I don't mind the fact that Gale has gone with sweepers both sides, because he wants to bowl, as in Brooks would like to bowl more at Franklin now. Frustrate Gubbins by not allowing him to get to 100, just the odd one here and there. So sweepers out both sides. So if he wants to take a quick single, then Franklin is on strike. But I'd also make a double change. Harsh on Bresnan because he's just got the wicket. But I go straight back now to side bottom from the pavilion end and say, right, just give us a couple of overs each before tea. Franklin in now, and all of a sudden 2 or 3 wickets here, and considering bowling Middlesex out for under 200.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I think that's a decent option. I mean, Yorkshire are a little bit stymied in terms of pace because they've left their quickest bowler out. And on this sort of pitch, it may have been prudent to play Plunkett. You'd probably have to leave Willie out if that was the case. They've no Rashid, so you no pace option, no leg spin option. I just think that pace and leg spin are the two shock options that captains have. Yorkshire without those, of course, in this game now.
Yeah, just bringing the sweeper up now with just 2 balls to go. So trying to keep Gubbins down that end now.
Good stop from Lees, who'd just been brought up, but Gubbins gets the single. Loose ball from Brooks.
Centre. 1 ball to come.
Just a little message as well then from Gubbins to Franklin, just to tell him that the ball's going across him. All you need as a batsman now is him to big in swinger, and thanks a lot.
Off the mark. And keeping the strike as well, 160 for 5. And just looking at Yorkshire's lineup, you know, if Bairstow and Root were available, the balance of the side would have changed, and Rashid probably. Well, Rashid would have come in for Rafiq. They'd have had to play those 2 batsmen. Maybe Gale wouldn't have played. So it's still Bresnan. .1 1 for 17 Bresnan in this spell.
Oh, yes, Brezzy! Brilliant, pal!
Do you agree, Dominic, that Middlesex could perhaps be a little bit more active in their batting, a little bit more adventurous, perhaps? Maybe not now, a couple of overs before tea, but should they look to be a little bit more expansive after tea?
Well, I think definitely somebody like a James Franklin. I said about Simpson, a good little innings. I think I meant a good little innings because of the partnership with Gubbins. But if you look at his stats, 15 from 76, as you say, quite slow. Franklin is a bit more of an aggressive player. So maybe after tea, I think you're right. I think sometimes you can go into your shell worrying about situations. We need to get to 200. Can we get to 250, 300? Thinking about the bonus points.
Yeah, I just think they might be veering towards over caution. I think they were perhaps overly cautious against Lancashire last week. Had opportunities to press home their advantage, and didn't quite take them. They lost 3 wickets late on the third afternoon at Old Trafford last week, and that, so they say, prevented them from pushing on the fourth morning to set up a game. Of course, they didn't want to lose that match, and obviously they don't want to lose this one. But they've really got to win it, and that's what they've got to try and do. They've got to get themselves into a winning position. Edged, dropped. Can you believe it? Balance. Lyth and Balance have put down relative sitters at slip today.
Yeah, good ball again. Quite a simple opportunity, really. All slip catches are never easy, but this one is as easy as it gets, really. Doesn't actually get a lot of his hand on it, more fingertips. Whether he didn't pick it up.
Wasn't Lyth, he may have been thinking back to this morning when he put one down at knee height. .164 for 5. What a moment then. Annoyed with himself, Balance as well. He might be. He's got it right on the end of that middle finger. I can't think of an excuse here. He will have seen it all the way. It's waist height. It's not going especially quickly. The slip catches go. It's a dolly.
Well, there isn't any excuse, you're right. The only thing you can say is because he didn't get any part of his hand on it, did he pick it up? From up here, I'm trying to look at the angle where he would have been from third slip. Now, the angle takes you probably to where the members' bar is, maybe the open stand, which is a white background. Maybe if it's in between that. I'm not making excuses because you know that where the ball, you have to watch the ball and watch it off the edge of the bat. So that members' area up to the right there. But you fielded in slip, I fielded in slip. If you ask his honest opinion, then those sort of opportunities, you have to take them. You practice and practice and practice. You don't mean to drop them, but you should be taking those opportunities.
Well, Yorkshire could have let the championship slip through their fingers today. They've put down 3 relatively simple catches, Gubbins being one of them, who's now still there on 93. And 2 simple slip chances have gone begging. When you put a side in on a pitch that's not misbehaving too badly, you've got to hang on to your chances, especially relatively simple ones. It was Rafiq who put down Gubbins on 22 at backward point. Lithe drop Malan. That's the lithe drop, knee height. That wasn't too costly. This one is proving to be. That's the one at backward point. And who knows what effect that will have in the last over. Balance putting down a simple chance off Franklin.
You'll be thinking about it. Not a lot you can do. You just got to forget about it. Forget about it. Get the next one.
Just one off that over. 165 for 5.
Two overs to go till tea now, so Yorkshire will be looking to try and get that extra wicket. I'm sure Jason Gillespie will be fairly happy. Would have been a bit of a sweeter tea to get Franklin out. But he'll know that his side are in a decent position. Still be thinking to try and bowl Middlesex out under 250. Maybe if they get a couple of wickets, either just before tea or after tea, that maybe under 200. So things still happening. That's important for both sides, that there's still something in the surface. Bat well, like Gubbins, you get runs.
Been a really good spell from Breslin, and he's into the 8th over of it now. Should have had 2 wickets. It's been miserly and productive. Oh, got to be close again. Got to be really close. Rob Bailey says no. I'd like to see that on Hawkeye, because I think that might have been going on to hit off stump.
Well, he doesn't leave this. That is maybe the difference between that and John Simpson. Rob Bailey made a good decision with the LBW that Simpson leaves. Does he get a bat on it as well? A lot of these things for Rob Bailey to think. He thinks it's out.
There's a bat sound, and I think he might have jammed the bat into his boot.
Well, it's close. All I can say is this is a close decision. 2 things. Does he hit it? If he hits it, obviously not LBW. Does it swing back enough to go on and hit off stump?
I don't think he hits it. I don't think he does hit the toe of his boot. Maybe it was just sliding past off stump. I think this will be umpire's call on. Yeah, clipping off stump. Well, that's a really fine spell of bowling from Bresnan. 8 overs and a wicket, and miserly with it. 166 for 5.
Just having a chat there with Rob Bailey as well about why he didn't give it out. Similar to delivery to the wicket of John Simpson, wasn't it? Difference was that John Simpson didn't play a shot. So this is Simpson. Ball that comes back in, doesn't play a shot, given out. And walks. Plays a shot. Very similar, given not out. Both Hawkeyes saying that they'll just go on and clip the off stump.
Last over before tea. Yeah, that Bresnan spell, he took 1 wicket. He could have had 3, of course. The catch slip put down by balance. That went for 4, and LBW. Could have been 3 for 16, 17 instead of 1 for 22. .96 for Gubbins. Got a double 100 this year and 2 other hundreds. Nice for him to get 4 in the next 3 balls. Been a real exercise in concentration from Gubbins, losing partners regularly at the other end. Got a double 100 here against Lancashire in June.
Well, he would have been one of a group of players considered for that opening berth for England. Gubbins, who has runs, Hamid, who's in, Duckett in the 2nd division for Northamptonshire, Keaton Jennings up at Durham, Daniel Bell-Drummond. I think it's good signs for English cricket when younger players are coming in and scoring runs in 4-day championship.
Last ball before tea, resolutely defended by Nick Gubbins, who takes guard again. Can now walk off and have a well-earned breather for 20 minutes. Yorkshire keeping up the pressure on Middlesex. Gale will be a little bit frustrated that the catches have continued to go down. But it's been a good bowling effort by Yorkshire's seamers through 2 sessions here at Lord's on this first day. 35 overs in the session, 84 for 2. And Gubbins still standing tall on 96 not out as Middlesex go to tea on 168 for 5.
Welcome back to Lord's for the final session of day 1. 168 for 5, Middlesex, thanks to Nick Gubbins. 96. Played really, really well. Held the innings together. At times they've been under pressure, thanks to the expertise of Yorkshire's seamers, who have been relentless. They have 5 of them. So Nick Gubbins to continue, along with the captain, James Franklin.
Am I being a little bit optimistic here, Nick, or would you agree with me that Middlesex could perhaps be a little bit more dashing, a little bit more proactive in their batting in this final session? They just seem to be not going anywhere fast at the moment. I know Yorkshire bowl well, and I know the conditions may be helping the bowlers a little. But you look at the sort of stagnation in the middle order there. Eskenazi 45 balls for 12 and Simpson 76 balls for 15.
Yeah, I'm with you. Slightly attritional, hasn't it? Been rebuilding constantly. Nick Gubbins, I said, is the glue really, but no one else really has quite come to terms with the conditions and the bowling attack. Maybe this is the session. Maybe they're just tiring slightly. Ryan Sidebottom back into the attack as he has when he started the first session. He started the second session, and he's going to start the third session.
Got enough bowlers though, Yorkshire, haven't they? They've got the 5 seamers and the spinner, so enough bowlers to share the overs round. Sidebottom's only bowled 12 overs, Brooks 14. So nobody's bowled a whole stack of overs. There'll be hopefully a degree of freshness in the bowlers' legs.
Yeah, to back up your point, maybe just need a few more singles, just be a bit slightly busier, a bit more energy out there, get that scoreboard ticking over, try and put the bowlers under a bit more pressure. I think for now, though, the first thoughts are, first 10, 15 minutes, get back in.
Off stump, please, Rob.
Already has 300s in the championship, including a double 100, so poised to get his 4th. Been miserly around Sidebottom. You can see there from the figures. It's an excellent leave.
It's the sort of leave that leaves ex-left-handed openers purring in the commentary box.
Wishing they did it.
Why didn't I do that more often?
Absolutely. It's an excellent leave. With the slope and the angle. As a left-hander, you're not thinking about leaving, but you know it's a good option here. Thinking about playing if you can, but ball generally going away from the left-hander. And he knows he's just that shot away from another 100, just a little clip. There is a man in the deep on the leg side, deep square. So that'll cover the clip off the legs, perhaps a short ball as well, as a couple of men lurking in the deep. I don't think he'll bowl too many short balls, though. It's good batting again. Good battle this. We know what you're reading. Big appeal down the leg side. Sidebottom is pleading with Rob Bailey, who says no.
Ooh, big decisions here. Final ball of the over. All the Yorkshire players were convinced that there was a inside edge on this. And I don't think it was a sort of kidology appeal. I think it was a genuine appeal, because they thought there was bat on this from Gubbins, who was unmoved, turned his back, and even more importantly, the umpire was unmoved as well. Difficult to tell from there, although did the thigh pad just nudge a little? Ryan's boots are in the way there. I think it's pad.
More importantly, for Nick Gubbins, that man, Rob Bailey, the umpire, was completely unmoved. It was an impassioned appeal, wasn't it, from not just the bowler, but the slips and the wicket keeper. They went straight up. But he survives.
Oh, now then. Bit of ultra edge tells us that there's a spike there. Maybe a thin edge. So maybe Gubbins has got away with one here. A little spike there. Oh, and nothing when it goes past the pad.
He has got away with it, hasn't he?
Oh.
You can see that. I mean, you could see from the reaction. Side bottom there was certain there was an inside edge. So was the keeper and the slips. So he's had his moments of luck, Nick Gubbins, but he's still there, just one boundary away.
Need to keep going, Yorkshire. It's tough in the field when you think you've got a wicket and it's not given by the umpire. You've just got to plug away, keep going, keep trying to beat the bat, keep trying to hit the pads.
Yeah, and be pleased that you're creating opportunities. Stays on strike, 171 for 5.
One or two words to Gubbins. He's batted really well, but Yorkshire should have put him away, got him out. That was the first one. Rafiq, that was a marginal LBW, given not out by Rob Bailey, and this another one, the nick down the leg side, not given by Rob Bailey. Forgive the umpire the LBW, but there was a clear thin edge on that down the leg side, and I actually think that Yorkshire bowlers have been bowling at leg stump to Gubbins for a proportion of the day, because he stands to the left armers particularly, covering all his stumps. What did he say? You should have walked. You should have walked for that. In your dreams, pal, I tell you. In your dreams. That's what Sidebottom said. bowler's lament, isn't it?
He's chuntering away, isn't he?
They
Great
don't.
competitor. He's been throughout his career. Short pulled away and 100. 100 in some style, goes there with a 6. And yes, he's had his moments of luck, but he's held this Middlesex innings together. Played absolutely wonderfully today.
Rubbing salt in the wound then as he pulls that away over mid-wicket. It's his 4th 100 of this summer, and he really has battled hard today. A little bit of good fortune, but boy has he made it pay. 15 fours and a 6 for Gubbins.
Yeah, it was a brave shot. It was a frustrated delivery as well, wasn't it, from Ryan's side? Bottom dragged down, man in the deep, but hit too well. Yeah, that's where they're going. That's the line, isn't it, that you were talking about?
Well, he draws the bowlers in, and there are plenty less experienced bowlers than Ryan Sidebottom around, but he draws them in to bowling just a fraction too straight. Everybody on the balcony to salute Gubbins as he goes to his 4th 100 of the summer.
Excellent figures, 400s, 850s. Excellent first class season. He joins the England Lions in the winter, so missed out on full team selection, if you like, but he'll have impressed a few today. I'm sure about that. He's ticking. He's absolutely ticking. Good lead from Franklin, under 80 for 5.
$100 for Gubbins then. Been there since the start. Middlesex having been put in, he drove well early on when the ball was moving out about just a little bit more than it is now. But he commits himself when he hits through the offside on both front and back foot. Plenty of evidence of quality through the offside. And that was the shot that took him through to 3 figures. A 6 pull off Ryan Sidebottom, who continues to feel aggrieved. And you can't blame him, really. He thinks that Gubbins has nicked it down the leg side, and it's not being given. And then just to rub salt in the wound, he slaps him over mid-wicket for 6 to go to 100. It's enough to make you spit.
Doesn't look like the type of lad that's going to engage in the chat from Ryan. got a couple of choices, haven't you, as a batsman? You just walk away like I think he's going to do, or you just engage in the chat. Trouble is, you can only really lose.
Well, it's best not to get involved if you can. That's always the case, but it's very difficult sometimes when the adrenaline's flowing and in the heat of the contest. You want to have a little bit of a pop back.
Depends a little bit on your character, doesn't it? Some batsmen quite like it, don't they? Sort of gets them going, gets their feet moving, gets them into their innings. Others just walk away.
This is the little tickle down the leg side that wasn't given. Side bottom convinced that there was an edge, and then he has to implore and plead. Then he can't believe it. So he has to resort in time-honoured fashion to the fast bowler's stare. Even more frustrating because the batsman's not looking back at him.
Jack back a little bit, but too high anyway. 180 for 5.
Good, Steve.
Well, he'll be chuntering somewhere, Ryan's side. Bottom out of the attack now. David Willey back in.
Right on. Come on then, wild man.
Only 3 matches for David Willey in County Championship cricket before this one today. Helped up and over on the offside. It's no fuss shot from Franklin. Adds another boundary. Yeah, just looking at the comparison really between Willey and Plunkett, I think that the final bowling all-rounder slot went to Willey instead of Plunkett. I just wonder whether Yorkshire are regretting that, because Plunkett adds the pace dimension to this Yorkshire attack. And they've got enough fast medium seamers in the lineup. I just wonder whether a little bit of extra pace can so often be useful in these situations on a sluggish pitch, just to unsettle the batsman a little. But Jason Gillespie and the selection panel at Yorkshire decided they'd go in with this side.
Yeah, maybe they just looked at the pitch yesterday and today and felt there's not a lot of pace in the pitch. And I also looked at the figures, the season figures, which are surprising, I have to say.
Yeah, I
8
agree.
matches played and 10 wickets in 8 games.
Yeah.
Which is not a good return for a bowler of his ability.
Not what you're looking for, is it? 10 wickets at an average of 60 for Liam Plunkett in 8 matches.
He's had a good season, hasn't he, with the ball, 50 wickets, the championship. Again, involved in Lions squads, performance squads in the winter. 184 for 5. Keep you up to date with the action from Taunton. 100 for James Hildreth. Piling on the runs there at an important game for them and an important game here in context of the county championship. Let's keep you up to date. Crikey, 287 for 2. There's that 100 from Hildreth. A couple of wickets for Jake Ball. 190 for 8. The Bears are struggling. Ain 52. Against your boys, Walt, Lancashire. They'll be pretty happy with that. Toss uncontested. And then Hampshire going exceptionally well, 292 for 4. And those last 2 games, which we're going to go back to, crucial in terms of relegation from Division 1. Hampshire, Warwickshire and Lancashire can all go down. So lots to play for there. And Hampshire look like they're having the better of the first day.
Yeah, having been put in as well. Uncontested toss down at the Aegeus Bowl, and Durham saying thanks very much, we'll have a bowl. So 3 uncontested tosses today in the first division here at Lord's, Aegeus Bowl, and at Edgbaston. Somerset won the toss at Taunton and are rattling away. 2-5-4 partnership between Hildreth and Rogers.
Amazing second half of the season for Somerset, hasn't it? Struggled in the T20s, they just couldn't get going at all. Played a lot better in the 50-over competition. Now, the way they're playing in championship cricket, they could still go on and win the championship. Nicely timed. It's a huge amount of movement now, so not a lot more you can do as a bowler, really. Just be patient, try and hit top of off stump, try and create the mistake.
Well, this is what I think Yorkshire thought this morning, that this pitch was going to get better to bat on, and first use of it was going to be Yorkshire's best chance of getting Middlesex out, not obviously going on and winning the game. New ball might be interesting, another few overs till that's available, 10 overs or so.
No real pace in the surface. 189 for 5. Let's keep you up to date with what's happening in Division 2. Remember, it's Essex who have gone up from Division 2, but Leicester Glamorgan having a real struggle there. Leicester 96 all out, 152 for 6. And Worcester Derby, Worcester going a lot better, 204 for 3. Clark, who's a very good young player, 86 not out. Other games, 168 for 7. There's another good player. Dent, 69 not out. Crikey, they haven't got on at all down at Canterbury. Remember, Essex have topped the group and go up to Division 1. Kent are in second place in Division 2. So only one will go up from Division 2 to Division 1. So that'll be Essex. It's a shame they haven't got on all day. So it looks like Lancs will be the happier of the two sides there. Don't quite know what conditions are like here, do we?
Well, no, we don't. I expected that there'd be a bit of wear in the pitch and it might turn later, but obviously a bit green. This morning, Lancashire putting Warwickshire in. They'll be pleased. You're right. They'll be better pleased than Warwickshire anyway at the moment.
There'll be some nerves around, won't there? Looking at the score at Hampshire. Hampshire
Hampshire
going so well, that's right.
Hampshire win, it means that that Edgbaston match is under the spotlight.
Particularly Warwickshire. Before play started, Hampshire were on 148 points and perilously close to the drop. Warwickshire were in, well, third from bottom in 156 points. So 8 points the difference. Warwickshire have just got to 200, so that's an extra point. Remember, batting points, 200, 250, 300, 350, 400 in 110 overs. Very good. That's the best they can do with the ball as it is. An old ball, not really doing too much now. Just probe away, just outside that off stump.
A little bit of movement down the slope, indicated by Gubbins, who can still play and miss it with 110 on the board.
No third slip. I've had a third slip in for quite a while. But with the ball getting a little bit older, I just feel they need a little bit of cover. Not a lot of movement, but that one's definitely bounced off a length.
No third slip, no third man either. Two men down on the leg side on the boundary. Flying outside edge off a little bit of extra bounce from David Willey. It's an uncontested 4.
It's got a long way across there. 4 runs from the over, 193 for 5. Partnership 39. So going well, these two, Gubbins and Franklin. We've a change now. Rob and Dominic.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Also a change in bowling for Yorkshire as well. Rafiq, who bowled a couple of overs before tea, is back into the attack. Caused a little bit of, a few problems, not a lot of spin, but with the slope to the left-handers, just push the ball through.
Yep, that's it.
Rob, has this been a bit frustrating after tea for Yorkshire?
I bet it has. The ball's been wherever the field isn't, that's where the ball's been going. Edges, we just seen one go through third slip. They've had a third slip for a while. They take him out, put him to gully. The ball goes there. Gubbins has played brilliantly, take nothing away from him. It's not been easy. Yorkshire have bowled well. Rafiq finds himself in that position. What we got 9 overs to the second new ball. So they'll try and rattle through a few with spin and get to that second new ball where they've got enough seamers who should be fresh enough to attack again. So Gubbins and Franklin potentially will be under more pressure.
Oh, lovely start, Rafa. Excellent, pal.
He's been in a while now, hasn't he? James Franklin, 56 minutes, coming up to an hour. Faced just under 6 overs as well, so had a good look at it now. Rob Bailey just switching over because of the position of short leg.
Yes.
And short leg now has gone more. Oh, he's got a lot squarer. You can see that that's why Rob Bailey has gone over. Alex Lees is because of the angle. Perhaps the ball will go finer. On the bat pad on the leg side, short leg would be in front.
Yeah.
Change of pace, not much spin, but he's got to try and spin it up the slope, which isn't going to be easy on day one of a championship match. It'll be interesting to see how they look to play this, because arguably this will be easier than facing the seamers with the second new ball. So you could have, there's two schools of thought. One, you just hang in there, make sure you're there for that second new ball. The other one is you try and just counter punch and you come really hard at the spinner. That's short and wide. And there's a shot you should play regardless whether you're looking to be positive or not. But spin always throws the ball back in your court as a batsman. Day one of a championship game. Do you try and take advantage now? If you're Gubbins and Franklin, try and up the ante while runs could potentially be there. And more on offer against the spinner when he's not really turning it much and you're not expecting him to.
Good commitment as well from Bresnan. Man put out now for Gubbins. Out for that sort of delivery as well, short. Because it just goes on with the arm. Gets a bit of a bottom edge, doesn't he, Gubbins?
Keep coming for me here, Rafa. Spin it hard, right? Oh, yes.
Good. Just 3 runs from the over. 72 gone. 196 for 5.
Enjoy the pace. He's gone from 46 mile an hour to 53 in that over. So Jeetan Patel bowl here in the final of the Royal London Cup, and he was right up there about 54, 56 mile an hour. He's got that ability to bowl quick and still spin the ball, albeit on a real turner. Plenty of overs left. 14 for Sidebottom and Brooks. David Willey. Patterson's bowled the most, who generally probably often the way. 1.8 is economy. He's got plenty of options though, Andrew Gale.
Yeah, I listened on Saturday to your post-match interview with Jeetan Patel, and he talked about, you asked him about the winter and spinning and what advice you'd give to spin bowlers going out to Asia. He said that you've got to bowl the pace that suits that pitch. I think he did that so well on Saturday, didn't he? You know, he knew the pace. Obviously, it was a glued surface, and there was a little bit of spin there. Not so much today, but maybe as this game goes on, there will be. It's, you know, understanding the pace.
That's why he's such a good spinner, though, because you feel that he can go from a good pace, 56 mile an hour, or he could just, if it requires, there's a bit of bounce, bowl with a bit of drop at 48 mile an hour. being versatile. At times, spinners can only just bowl with one pace. They have their stock delivery and they just try and bowl that ball after ball. The real key is just to be able to adapt to the conditions, especially in the subcontinent. At times, you want to be able to bowl a bit quicker, albeit you're not sacrificing any spin or revolutions that you put on the ball. There's no point just bowling 55-mile-an-hour straight breaks. You still want to be able to get some action on the ball.
Another decent delivery. We've seen that throughout, haven't we? That the slope just helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, do you find that even on a flat pitch here at Lords, you feel you always got something with the slope to give you some encouragement?
Length as well, important. Try and get the batsman driving. He knows he can't do a lot about it. Maybe doesn't have to drive at it, just soft hands. Soft hands means the ball may not carry to the slips. Just like that, soft hands, so it doesn't carry and races away for another boundary. Frustration for Willie and for Yorkshire. James Franklin will take that.
Point for Middlesex, the all-important bonus points. But I think the way that Somerset are going and what David Fulton said about that pitch, that a result is coming and Somerset are ahead in that game. So that means that the draw here or a full points draw won't matter for Middlesex. They need to get a result if Somerset certainly go on and win.
It's where they can go from here, Middlesex. They have that first batting bonus point. We're going to see it throughout the 4 days, that there's going to be little twists and turns. Somerset be looking to win the game. Can they get to maximum bonus points with batting and bowling? To put quite simply, Middlesex and Yorkshire under pressure, because if Somerset win, and both sides know they have to win, keeping their eye on what's going on at Taunton. Angus Fraser said that this morning. Just the boundary from the over. 73 gone, 200 for 5.
One thing's for sure, you can bet that at no stage at the start of this game did they talk about bonus points. Did Franklin, Angus Fraser, Richard Scott, anyone actually just say, right, we're going to go out there, let's look to get 200 first, then 250, then we'll get our wickets and we'll go that way? They'd just be talking about playing each ball as it comes and looking to just take every session as it comes along. Try not to get too far ahead of themselves, try not to worry about what's going on down the road or a fairway down the road.
Rafiq to bowl his 4th over. You talked earlier about Jeetan Patel and how good he is. Well, there's a couple of other overseas placements happening. A lot of teams have been picked, the Lions, the Young Lions, the Pace program. There's an overseas placements as well. 2 young spinners who will be working with Jeetan Patel in Wellington, of Matthew Carter, Nottinghamshire, and Rob Sayer of Leicester. So working with somebody like him will hopefully benefit them too.
Seems like a lot of people going away.
Oh, yes.
Dominic Bess of Somerset will go to Adelaide and work with Stuart McGill. Mason Crane and Matthew Critchley going to Sydney, both leg spinners.
Mason Crane.
Yes, that's right.
And just another one, the batsman, Thomas Abel of Somerset, and Aaron Donald of Glamorgan, Dan Lawrence, the 19s of Essex, and Tom Moores, Peter's Moore's son of Nottinghamshire, going to Perth to work with your coach.
Yes, that is.
Neil Holder, Noddy Holder, not the Slade guitarist, but I tell you, he is, for me, he's the best coach I've ever come across. As far as batting's concerned, he's an out-and-out batting coach. He's the best in the world. Worked with Langer, most of the players from Western Australia, Hussey. He's the best there is. 74 gone, 200 for 5.
Well, the scores in Division 1, an important one. Somerset versus Nottinghamshire, 302 for 2. Chris Rogers, 132. Remember, Somerset won the toss and chose to bat. Warwickshire, Lancashire in a tussle. Warwickshire 208 for 8. Sam Hain with 52. Jordan Clark 3 for 20. And Hampshire, who desperately need a win, 319 for 4. James Vince run out for 92. And with that point, Middlesex go to 214. Somerset above Yorkshire now, 1 bonus points. You're right about one thing. You can't worry about the table and bonus points in any way. Both these teams, as in Middlesex and Yorkshire and Somerset, win the game. So all you can do is win the game. You win it with maximum bonus points, brilliant. If you don't, it's about winning the game.
No, exactly. I've been looking at this table for about half an hour and I still can't work out exactly what people need to do.
I can tell you one thing. If Middlesex win this game, Rob, it doesn't matter. They win the league.
Thanks, mate.
Well, I can tell you that.
Oh, that's the one thing I knew, I reckon. That's the one thing everyone knew. When you look at the table, they're about 8 points clear. It doesn't take a genius to work that bit out. Tell me about the rest.
If Middlesex draw this game
by only getting 300 runs. China, don't ask Richard.
I'll get you the answer.
Have you got an answer yet? Right, here we go.
One step further. If this game is a draw, Middlesex versus Yorkshire, and Somerset is a draw, Middlesex win.
Again, well done.
Well,
we all knew that at the start.
The rest of it depends on if
the question
Somerset
is
win, it's what Middlesex need if they only draw, as in bonus points.
So if Somerset win, can Middlesex win the championship with a draw?
There's that lack of bounce. 2 runs from the over, 75 gone, 202 for 5. We're just checking. I think yes. If Somerset win and Middlesex draw, can Middlesex still win? I think yes. Depends on how many runs they get and how many bonus points. So there's still a lot to play for. That's a good thing about this game.
And again, we knew that as well.
Just trying to answer questions that you keep asking.
No, but you're not. It is, but the point is, it's hard. I mean, if we're confused, everyone's confused. But the bottom line is, if you're Middlesex, you've got to just play to win. Worry about draws and all of that. That's why you can't just think about anything else other than just playing each ball as it comes and trying to win each session each day. The old cliches, stuff like that. Because it's so complicated to work out any other way.
But it's exciting finish. I think that's what's important. You don't want Although it's good for Yorkshire that they've won championships with games to go, but this is what it's all about, the business end.
Yes.
I know you're not a massive football fan, but when Man City won the league with Aguero, that last, last 10 minutes, I think he scored against QPR, and they go on and win the league. That's what you want in sport.
Yeah, drama. That's what, mate. That's why 2020 at times is good to watch, because there's extra drama.
Go, catch him!
Bit of excitement. I'll tell you the other thing as well, that I heard, it might have been you and Paul Allott talking about the toss and has it worked and stuff like that, and people argue both ways whether it has or not. One thing's for sure, there's been spinners have come into the championship this year, into first class cricket. Ollie Rayner, 50 wickets. Jack Leach, 58 wickets.
Oh!
The other point as well is that last year Ollie Rayner bowled 273 overs. This year he's bowled 423. Leach at Somerset has bowled 484 overs. That's what you wanted to do. So in that regard, it's been a good decision. Last year, Jeetan Patel, 58 wickets. The next top was Adil Rashid with 29. Samet Patel, 26. Ollie Rayner himself got 24.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's been good. Just one from the over, 76 gone, 203 for 5. $203 for 5 off 76. Nick Gubbins with 116. Franklin with 20 not out. Partnership up to 49. So this has been good from Middlesex. 50 partnership between Gubbins and Simpson. And now near enough another 50 partnership between Gubbins and Franklin. Close again. Frustration for Bresnan. Not sure whether Gubbins doesn't pick this up. Seems to be shaking his head, or whether the ball goes down. Does he pick this up?
I think he's been outstanding today, Tim Bresnan. He didn't get the ball particularly early, not as early as he probably would have liked, because they got so many options. He was the 5th seamer used, but with the older ball, he's been outstanding. 76 overs old, he's right on the money again.
Big appeal again from Yorkshire. More from behind the wicket than Tim Bresnan.
It was an ordinary appeal from Tim Bresnan. It was a belated appeal where he just thought, he went up after Hod did, and he heard a noise, he heard something. He's gone across him again. It's a good line. The bat's a fair way away. He's pulled it away late though.
Well, the appeal more was from Rafiq and Lyth, first and second slip, and then Andrew Hod went up. Testing time here for Gubbins. He had first ball played and missed. I think he said something like, "I wasn't ready." And whether Tim Bresnan is trying to sneak up on him, and then that was that ball where first and second went up.
Just used the slope brilliantly. A little bit of movement that he's got out of the surface and the ball, but he's used the slope. He's gone across him, so the slope is going away from Gubbins or out to the offside. So he's just bowled it pretty straight and just used the angle to go away from the left-hander. Length has been so good, that's been the key.
We're a step closer to knowing a few different...
No, I've got it.
Go on, you
Someone's
say.
tweeted. What do we need? Ben Chapman at Ben C 131990. Sounds like someone out of Star Wars, but anyway.
Thanks for that.
If Somerset get to 350 and get the wickets, Middlesex can't win with a draw.
And win, obviously, Somerset.
And win, bowl out Notts and win, then they can't win with it.
Went for that full and straight last ball, picks up 2. Bresnan won't be happy with that. Testing over, 205 for 5. End of Chris Stuart Rogers, 132. Jake Ball, the man, good catch. Easy catch. Stephen Mulaney at second slip. Good innings from the Somerset captain. 307 for 3. 308 for 3. Hildreth 135, still struggling on.
And an extraordinary effort from James Hildreth. We saw clips of him, he couldn't walk. From being hit, I think, second ball, and he's 135 not out. I bet Tom Abel's having a good time being his runner.
Rafiq. 5 overs and a maiden. Another wicket at Somerset. James Hildreth caught behind Chris Reed, simple catch. Will he have to go and have an X-ray now, will he?
There's not much footwork there. But that's probably because they think James Hildreth has got a broken foot.
Well, we're just talking about what Somerset needed, runs-wise and maximum bonus points and a win. Needed 350 plus the 3 bowling points and a win. It meant that Middlesex needs to win this game, or Yorkshire to win this game. Exciting finish. That's what it's all about.
Get on that. Come on the side for a couple, mate.
Little change now, so bat pad on the leg side is going to go on the offside for Rafiq, and they're going to bring up the sweep man. So Ryan Sidebottom will come up to square leg. Will he look to sweep?
Oh, yes.
Excellent, buddy.
A good job, Rafiq, just doing exactly what is asked of him. Hold that end up. Get them through to this new ball. Gubbins, Franklin, they'll know they're in for another challenge. Bresnan, who's bowling well anyway, with an old ball. New ball will be even harder. Andrew Hodd just keeps on going at him. He's just said he's not in the zone down here. It's a sort of chirp that I just completely ignore.
Oh, no.
Decent over again. 1 run from it. 78 gone. 206 for 5.
This is just where I thought Tim Bresnan's been outstanding with an old ball. This is him to Gubbins. Simpson is at the other end. It's just going across. Relentless, just going across, using the slope all the time. Simpson is just watching this, and they'll be talking about it, saying he's just going across me. As soon as Simpson gets down there, he brings it back up the slope. That's brilliant bowling. There's his spells. Yuto, with last time that I think you and I were on together, you spoke about how you'd go 2 overs of trying to drag a batsman across his stumps to then set him up for the LBW, stuff like that. That's exactly what Bresnan's done.
Well, that second spell should have been 3 wickets. Well, I say should have been, definitely 2, because the drop catch balance at third slip was Franklin. Could have had another one. LBW, Gubbins, that was given not out. A shot played by Gubbins, but Rob Bailey decided that wasn't going back to hit off stump. Hawkeye suggested it was just clipping off stump, so umpire's call. He has bowled well. You know what you're going to get with Tim Bresnan. I'm sure you captain a lot. You know when you throw the ball to somebody like a Bresnan, he'll run in for you all day. Probably not got the pace he used to have, but consistency.
Well, this is. I mean, it's not a flat pitch by any stretch. There's a fair bit happening, but this is when the ball's got old. He's just showed exactly how to bowl on a good surface. have to be. You get very little margin for error. There's not much pace in this either, but he's just found an angle that works to the left-handers. So going across them has just made it hard work. They can't score, so he's able to create pressure. Rafiq at the other end has been able to just create that, keep that pressure going. Not always. Bowling's a lot easier, I'd imagine. Not that I was any good at it at all, but when the ball's talking, it's a lot easier. It's on with older balls when not much has happened. That's where Bresnan has really showed his class today.
Well, I think it's a test of a character of a bowler when the conditions aren't in your favour. I think it's easy, you know, as a batsman when it's flat. It's sometimes easier mentally, but as a bowler when perhaps there isn't too much in the surface, is what you can do. What can you create? What pressure can you build? Plans as well. You talk about you as a captain as well. Set your fields. Bowl to those fields. But sometimes also you can't just sit in. You've got to make something happen as well. So there's, in some ways, there's three strings to your bow where when the conditions are in your favour, use them. When they're not in your favour, is how you're going to build pressure. And perhaps when you desperately need a wicket, what are you going to do? What are you going to bring to actually try and get a wicket? Because at times, you know, you can't just sit in, because then the game meanders away. You know, can we set something? You know what I'm going to say. You know, can you challenge him? Can you stick a man back on the hook? Can you bowl a period of, you know, short, aggressive stuff? What can you do? Good from Bresnan, though. Another maiden. Excellent from Tim Bresnan. 206 for 5.
So 1 over till they can take. They have the option of taking the second new ball. The side bottom will take it. Brooks, you'd imagine, the two bowlers that took the new ball and bowled well with it at the start of the day, or whether they keep going with a bit of Rafiq and Bresnan. I think I'll be taking it.
Straight away. Not even a consideration. Bowled quite a few overs in side bottom and Brooks and Willie already. Don't worry too much about Patterson, that's his role. But for your strike bowlers in Ryan Sidebottom and Jack Brooks,
Yes.
you'd expect to bowl 20 overs in a day as a bowler. 5 balls. In 5 balls, yeah. New ball is due. There's no need to hold back, is there? Position of the game, position of where they are in the league.
No, the only thing is, because they're not trying to do anything and Bresnan's bowling okay, and you say, right, Bresy, give us another couple of overs while you're loose, they're not hurting you with Rafiq.
Oh, yes.
One bounces a little bit. I might be inclined just to say, well, we'll just keep going for a bit here, and then we've got less to do a bit later on. The ball will be harder and newer for tomorrow morning, but
Get down.
Yeah, subtle changes in his pace as well. That ball before was 50 miles an hour, that just got a little bit of bounce. That one 57. He's getting ready, getting warm and loose. Clipped away. And just pick up a couple. Does he get a little bit of an inside edge? He does, so 2 more to Gubbins.
far. If I'm Gubbins now, I start looking at the opening bowlers, start looking at Andrew Gale. Brooks is starting to turn his arm over at mid-off. Ryan Sidebottom as well. Try and work out what's going to happen. Whether they're going to continue or whether they take the new ball.
Yes.
All will be revealed. 2 runs from the over. 80 overs gone, 208 for 5. So it's Adam Lyth who collects the new ball. That is the answer that we require, that Yorkshire have decided to go with it straight away. 208 for 5, 80 overs gone. Change in commentary. Nasser is saying is with Charles.
And a nice little ceremony there, that the new ball was given to Adam Lyth, who took it out, and instead of chucking it straight to the bowler who's going to get on with it, he has to give it to the umpire first of all, who then gives it back to Yorkshire. Would you have taken it, Nas?
Yeah, I think I would have done, actually. The general rule, if you have two bowlers who are tired, two seamers, then you might only go with 8 overs. But because they got 5 seamers, no one's tired. Sidebottom's only bowled 14 overs, wouldn't bowl that much in this session, so why not have a longer go with it? And you've got others to follow on after. So it's not just your main 2, there's another 2 that can bowl after that in these 16 overs.
Yeah, and you might as well have a bowl with it while it's cloudy, because it might suddenly be sunny and pleasant tomorrow, and you'd waste the opportunity of bowling under helpful conditions. Anyway, they have taken it, and this is Franklin on 21 facing Sidebottom. First ball with the new ball.
And catch better. I reckon Franklin is someone who will waft outside that off stump, get that slip cord and switched on. It's already been dropped, a very easy chance to Gary Balance. Catch the ball off this new nut.
Talk about the slip cord and getting switched on. Yorkshire have been chopping and changing their personnel. A little while ago, Azim Rafiq was at first slip. Now it's Bresnan, Lyth and Lees. Lyth has been there all the time, but Lees has been in and out. Bresnan was obviously bowling, so he couldn't field there off himself. But Rafiq was in.
Yeah, it was Gary Balance at third slip who dropped the chance. They look close together as well, the slip cord. Maybe that's because they've had to come in. They look very tight. There's not much gap between them.
May also be a reflection on the extreme pace which Ryan Sidebottom is not necessarily generating at his venerable age.
Now it'll take him a while to get going, Ryan Sidebottom. Historically a bad ground to catch. England have caught poorly here. All the way from keeper through the slip cord, and they've dropped a lot of chances, and we've seen that again today. For some reason, drop catches at Lord's.
Valuable little partnership now, worth 54 this between Franklin and Gubbins. Gubbins has been outstanding, but Franklin, the captain, has played his part as well. Quite a feather in James Franklin's cap to be the first captain after Mike Gatting to have won the county championship. Strauss never managed it.
Not won it yet, Charles. I think that's why we're all here.
So the first over with the new ball is done. Maiden over, 208 for 5. Have you felt Ryan has bowled today? There are his lengths.
I thought his first spell was excellent. Unlucky not to have a couple more wickets, actually. A inside edge down the leg side that we all thought that Gubbins, he thought Gubbins had nicked. So he could easily have a couple of wickets, but he hasn't. But you're right, that looked like a stiff sort of round arm over just to get his body going. Now this lad has been excellent, not only today, not only this season, but since his move from Northants for Yorkshire, he's been brilliant.
Here are his 3 wickets. He's the leading wicket taker for Yorkshire this season with 53, well 56 now. Took 65 I think last year. He's on 56 at the moment with a chance to add. 65 last season. Quickly whiz round the country, see what's happening elsewhere in those all-important games. Somerset 312 for 4. Hildreth out now for 135, sounds to have been a remarkable innings. Warwickshire rallied a bit, 218 for 9, so Lancashire have maximum bowling points. And Hampshire 340 for 5, looking to try and get 400. Swing straight away for Brooks. There are some games going on in the second division as well. Nothing to be settled or sorted because Essex are promoted, but Gloucestershire 201 for 7, Dent 86. No play at all at Canterbury because of a very wet outfield because of a lot of rain. Leicestershire were bowled out for 96 earlier today. Glamorgan 186 for 8. And finally the game between Worcestershire and Derbyshire. Worcestershire 226 for 4. Clark has just gone to 100. Cotton has taken 2 of the 4 wickets to fall.
Still around about 24 overs at the Somerset game to go for first innings batting bonus points. 110 overs is the cut-off point. And they need 80 odd more to get the full quota of 400 bonus points. So that's what they'll be aiming for.
Obviously their first objective will be to get to 350, because if we assume they're going to pick up their maximum bowling bonus points, that means that a draw is no longer any good for Middlesex in this game. If Middlesex can get to 400, which at the moment looks completely pie in the sky, they're never going to get another 200 odd in the overs that are available. So it is all looking as though it's going to come down to win the game, win the title for all 3 sides. Although for Somerset, the win might not be enough.
Oh!
Another maiden. So the new ball, at least not going as it does on some occasions, quickly off the bat and seeing a sudden spurt in the scoring rate. No wickets as yet. This knock by Nick Gubbins, Nasser, for people who haven't been sat watching all day, how do you put it into context?
Well, very important for him, very important for his team. It's not how many runs you get, it's when you get them that's absolutely vital. So to get them in a championship decider at the home of cricket on television, people would have heard about Nick Gubbins this summer.
And I think the umpires have got together and decided it's too gloomy and they are going off for bad light. Now, you may be sitting at home saying, but they got lovely floodlights at Lord's. What's the problem? Why don't you put them on? Well, the answer is they can't have them in this game, because if you're going to use floodlights in a championship match on a ground, they have to be available all the year round. In other words, for all games. Let's just can't talk about Nick Gubbins for the moment as he walks off. Splendid innings.